Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Athletic Greens. If you're looking for an easier way to take supplements, Athletic Greens is giving you a free 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free travel packs of AG1 with your first purchase. Go to athleticgreens.com/sacred. That's athleticgreens.com/SACRED. Again, that's athleticgreens.com/sacred for Athletic Greens' exceptional AG1 formula that can help you live your best life. Check it out at athleticgreens.com/sacred. Sacred Symbols is sponsored by BetterHelp and their affordable, accessible, and frankly amazing brand of online therapy. My friends, if you want to live a more empowered life, therapy can help get you there. Visit betterhelp.com/symbols. That's BETTERHELP.com/SYMBOLS to get 10% off your first month of therapy sessions. Again, that's betterhelp.com/symbols for affordable, high-quality online therapy that meets you where you are. Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 240. I don't remember any of the previous episodes. It's crazy that we've done 239 of them before. My name is Colin Moriarty, joined as always by my son, Chris Raygun. Chris, your ODST hat reads like RIP.
Oh, it does.
I'm only kidding. How are you today, my friend?
I'm doing pretty good. I actually, yesterday I met up with I went and did a LASIK consultation thing to see if I can do something like that. And I can, but they recommended this thing called PRK, which is basically the same thing, except it's still laser eye surgery, but it's like a slightly different procedure. So LASIK, what they do is like they cut a flap in your eye, and then
they slice your eye open.
Yeah, they slice your eye with a little laser, and then I think what they do is they put a lens in. I think that's what it is. I haven't done like a crazy amount of it, and I've researched so many of these that they get mixed up. But I think that's generally what LASIK is. PRK is what they do is they rip your cornea out, and then they just laser restructure your actual eye. And then they just wait for the cornea to grow back, which takes like a couple days, apparently. Apparently, like, I don't know. I think PKR is like slightly cheaper, but it's like it takes like a longer time to heal. I like
money's of no object to you.
So not really. Not for. I mean, it's a tedious amount of money to spend for sure.
Yeah. Oh, definitely.
Like I would definitely prefer not to spend that money on this. But
we should make a video where we like it's like the Mr. Beast video, but it's all about getting Chris LASIK. I'm like, wow, I can see. Like,
it's too bad he didn't do that for you.
The thing, you know?
Yeah. You know, I don't need. You don't need
his charity, his philanthropy.
I don't need your Mr. Beast's demon tinged charity.
Yeah, Antichrist. Saw that going around.
Yeah, I don't know anything about him. All I know is that he had like some sort of pop up when I was in LA where they were selling like burgers or something like that.
Yeah.
That was what I remember. That's literally all I know about him.
I have basically no real opinion of Mr. B. I think he is a strange person based on just how I've seen him act in videos, and also just the fact like where's all this money? Like, I don't know what you've done to accrue all this money aside from just spend it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what he does other than just spend money that I am just baffled that he has. But I mean, I thought it was cool that he cured fucking 1,000 people's blindness. That's dope. But yeah, I was. I mean, this has nothing to do with that. I was looking into this for months. By the way, I know the timing is a little funny, but yeah. So I'm thinking about it. I can do it as early as next Friday, and they say I won't need glasses, which is weird. I can't even process how. I've had glasses. I've been blind since the 1900s. So like, sure. I can't even conceptualize not having glasses or not needing them. I might have to like wear fake ones for a while.
Well, that's what I was going to say. The glasses are kind of part of your brand.
Yeah, they are. Yeah. And I mean, obviously this stuff fades over time. So like, I think it lasts like generally like 20 years, and then like it'll fade like a little bit, but it'll still be a better prescription than whatever the hell I'm working with here.
You'll be
like,
50
like this
in 20 years.
So I got do you guys wear like contacts or glasses at all?
No, I used to wear glasses, but I've never worn contacts. I can't touch my eyes.
I can't do it either. So do you know what your prescription is?
Yeah, it was. I'm sorry, Dustin, you go.
Oh, no, good.
Oh, I was just gonna say mine started at -1, -1, and went all the way down to -0.25.
Yeah. So I finally got my actual prescription in numbers because I was like, I have to know this because people ask me all the time and I never know because I just assume that it's just so high that I don't care. I go in, I do the eye exam and they give me my glasses because I need them. I don't really give a shit what the number says. But out of curiosity, I asked them what the number was and it was apparently -11.
Holy fuck.
So that's
you're like in another universe. You're seeing like another spectrum.
Yeah. I see ghosts
4
sometimes.
My right eye is 4 and my left eye is like 2.75 or 3 or something. My right eye, it's actually 3.75 now.
Chris's number is so high he can't see. His eyesight's so poor that it's actually good. Like it goes back around and it's like all fucked up and then it just happens to align perfectly to make an image for him once more.
Yeah.
Well, I'm excited for you. I remember when LASIK came around, what was it, like 20 years ago or so, and a buddy of mine, Cody, that I grew up with, got it, and I remember we would joke around because there's probably still a small possibility that they're just going to blind you, and so we were, especially back then, and so we were just being like, and I was like, oh man, I hope you make it, you know.
Apparently they do all sorts of stuff. They pump you full of like Valium and like there's like a suction cup that they stick directly on your eye and then they numb it. And apparently it like the laser is so accurate that like if you move slightly, it'll like shut off. Like now, like the technology is like way different now. Like it's a really routine. I think it's like less than 20 minutes, which is kind of nuts for a surgery that well, it's not as invasive as other surgeries, but it definitely feels invasive. It's your fucking eyes. But yeah, I don't know. I'll think about it. I don't know. I feel weird now knowing that I could just like not be blind anymore. It's weird.
I'll do it for you for 10% of what you were going to pay the people to do it for you.
I bet you would.
Sit down on the couch and let's see what we can do for you, my friend. It's like an old 19th century saloon where, you know, that they'll cut your hair, but they'll also pull your teeth.
Oh my God.
You know, and do all that kind of crazy shit. It's like, geez, Louise, man. I wouldn't want to be a barber back then. It'd be bad news. You know, you have the weird clippers that you have to do by hand and all this kind of shit.
Yeah. And then if somebody doesn't like their haircut, they can come in and shoot you.
Right. And they'd get away with it.
Yeah, they'd get away with it. They'd say, I'm Chris Maldonado and I shot this barber, and then I'll run away.
Right. There was some sort of comedy, like some sort of stand-up routine I saw where they were joking around about how a robber in the 30s would wear like a suit and go rob and then like machine gun his name in the wall.
Yeah, that's John.
And just get away with it. I don't know. I don't remember who it was.
That's John Mulaney. That's
yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, John Mulaney.
That's I think New in Town.
Yeah, I like that guy. He's funny cat. Dustin Furman, executive producer. Sorry we haven't gotten to you yet, my friend. How are you? How are people not? How are you not getting away with crimes back in the day, Dustin? Think about this. Like 100 years ago, how are you not getting away with it?
Yeah, sure.
Who is going to say there are fucking in my neighborhood, right? Imagine you try to do anything in my neighborhood. There are probably 9 Ring cameras on you at any one time. That alone, is going to really put a fucking dent in your entire ambition.
Yeah.
How are you?
Yeah, exactly. That's what's so interesting about Sopranos is it's the end of the era of the mob and how they can't operate the same way that they could.
Yeah, I like how he goes into his basement to talk to people because the air conditioning fucks with the wires and stuff, or like, you know, the muffle or whatever. It's neat.
Yeah, I'm doing well though. I have you mentioned about being a barber. I actually have an appointment with my barber next Tuesday. It's time. Not that I'm getting all my hair cut off, but I'm at the point where Holly, and rightfully so, I don't mean this in any disrespect for her, but she is nagging me saying like, Dustin, your hair is starting to look kind of bad. Like it's kind of just, it's different lengths in different areas. It's getting frizzy at the end. Like it's time. You got to go do this. And I don't like getting my hair cut. Obviously, I have long hair, but even when I did have short hair, I dreaded because it's nothing against the people that cut my hair. It literally could be anyone. It's just a little bit too intimate of a thing, I think, for someone I don't really know. You know, they're touching your hair. They're trying to make small talk, stuff like that. It's like, yeah. Just let's just get this over with as fast as possible. while still doing a good job, of course.
Yeah.
You know what's really awkward is getting your hair cut as a blind person. Because
how did I do?
Because they're just like, take your glasses off, and I'm just like, all right, I guess I'll figure out how this looks in about 20 minutes. I have never sat there and like fully understood what was happening to my hair, because it's been a blur the whole time. And then at the end, and they're like, is it good? And it's like, well, it's all gone. So, I mean, it's got to be good. You can't.
Yeah, it's got to be good.
I got to be honest. Fine. I'm extra nervous about this haircut because I'm sure everyone's had experience where they have a horrible haircut and you just kind of got to deal with it. It's my first time getting a haircut with long hair. And in high school, the last time I had long hair, I had one of my girlfriend's mom's friends. She offered to cut my hair. She was an actual stylist. So it's not like just like, Jolene knows how to cut hair. We'll take you over and they'll, in their kitchen cut your hair or whatever. She was an actual, stylist, but she just cut my hair like almost like a bob, like it was a girl cut. And it was not good. It takes a certain type of haircut for a guy with long hair. It's not exactly the same 1-to-1. And so that was traumatic, for me being in 10th grade. So I'm getting a lot of flashbacks from that time.
Just shave it off. That's what I do.
No, but I like the long right now. Yeah. I feel good with it.
Yeah.
So
I don't go get my hair. I mean, I'm sure that's not a surprise to anyone. I did go to a barber once here right before COVID, and it was fine. And in Santa Monica, right next to Bay Cities, Chris, I used to go to like a Hispanic barber shop there. The guys that like wear their button downs like all the way.
Oh yeah.
Up to the top, and those guys were awesome. And I was like, yeah, do what you got to do. And they used to make fun of me actually, and think it was funny because I'd be like, don't. You know how they would cut you up and like shape it? I'd be like, don't do any of that. Do it just in the back of my head, but I don't want because then I have to maintain it.
Right, exactly.
And I have to come back here sooner. So let's just leave it a little bit. But I can't do anything else to my hair anyway, so I don't really worry too much about it. Here's a little unknown. Well, not unknown. Maybe I've mentioned this at some point in the past. Maybe someone knows this, but a little Moriarty lore. Actually, it's technically Ruggiero lore because it's my mom's side of the family, the Italian side. My mom's dad was a hairstylist and owned a salon in Manhattan in the 60s and 70s. And I think he retired or something in the 80s, but he used to cut my hair when I was a kid. So like when you'd go to see grandma and grandpa for Sunday dinner or whatever, it would come with a haircut. They'd bring you into the bathroom and put the thing over you and just do like all the, and he was one of the people with the snippers where they would just be snipping constantly. Yeah. It's just going like
a hedge trimmer kind of guy.
Right. Like even if it's not like when he's thinking, and then he's like, okay, I have very, very vivid memories of that. But now I just use a fucking $20 buzzer I got on Amazon.
Yeah.
And that's all I can do.
That's all you need. That's what my dad does. That's all you need.
There's nothing else I can do with my Italian afro. It's just, there's literally nothing to be done except for to grow it and then cut it off. And that's just the way it goes. Maybe I'll get it braided. Should I get dreads?
I don't know, man.
That'd be something.
I'm marrying a black woman. Technically, I think that makes me part black.
I don't think that's necessarily what that means specifically. But I mean, you could do dreads regardless. It's just, it just probably wouldn't look all that great.
I'm pretty sure I'm going to be part black once we get married.
Do you remember when that was a conversation? Do you remember that?
Oh, like white people getting dreads?
Yeah, like where you couldn't get dreads.
Yeah, no, totally. That was like a big thing. And, I was a big nu metal fan when I was a kid. That was like right up I was the perfect age for it. And like everyone had that. You would think of the guy from Korn, and they would string the guy from Korn up now. And what's his name? Anthony Davis or something like that. They'd string him up in 2 seconds now. He'd be done.
I don't know about now. 2016, they would. I don't think anybody gives a shit now.
By his hair.
By his hair.
Strangle him with his own hair.
They would hang him with his own hair. They would play Word Up in the background.
Yes. I saw Korn a few times back in the day. They're fun.
Yeah.
All right. Let's get into the show. This is not PlayStation. This is Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This isn't PlayStation. We do this each and every week. You can get the show 3 days early and ad-free over on Patreon, patreon.com/laststandmedia. Thank you so much for your kind support over there. We had our biggest month in a long time there. We're almost now attrition at the beginning of the month. We'll have to creep back up, but we're getting pretty close to our overall all-time high on Patreon, which is sick. And I think 2023 is going to be a really great year for us and a really great year for PlayStation and for video games. There's just going to be so many things to talk about. So thank you so much for your love, your kindness, and support over there. Supporting us on Patreon gets you that early ad-free access to this show, as well as our other shows like Defining Duke, our Xbox podcast, Knockback, our retro and nostalgia podcast, and of course the very popular and increasingly popular Constellation, which is our discussional or our conversational podcast that we have a lot of fun with everyone in our orbit. Sacred Symbols Plus is one of the perks you get over there as well. That's twice a week, supplemental to this show on Patreon only. We just did Sacred Symbols Cross Defining Duke, which was a lot of fun, talking about things going on with Xbox in particular, and Forspoken a little bit as well. I had Carolyn from Limited Run Games on to talk about what happened to her and her unfair firing or dismissal. We're doing weekly reviews of The Last of Us on HBO, which has been a lot of fun. We did our fantasy draft, which is live for everyone now on YouTube. So thank you for that. Buy merch, laststandmedia.store, and come see us in Texas if you'd like. What is that URL again? I don't even remember. Probably should have been better prepared.
There is always a link in the YouTube description. And as of right now, there are very few tickets left. Very few. So if you want them, I would suggest getting them right now.
Cool. We're doing the most overrated games of all time. Each of us will have a presentation and we'll have a discussion at the show. It's going to be a great time. And we're coming down there. I'm going to be inside you, Houston, deep inside you in just the coming weeks. Nick DeHeave wrote in, said, greetings, Sacred Sex Symbol crew. Just a quick story involving the fantastic new beanie. So we sell beanies, including Sacred Symbols beanies and Last Stand beanies now at laststandmedia.store. Micah fastidiously packing them away and sending them off. He says, I'm a mailman in Illinois, so it's a little cold right now, and I wear the beanie every day along with my USPS uniform. I also listen to all the Last Stand Media podcasts while walking my route. And the other day, I'm walking past a Sparklight worker's truck, and the worker steps out wearing the same damn beanie. So I quickly tell him, hey, I like your beanie. And he says it back. As soon as he responds, I tell him to stand down without even thinking about it. And as I'm walking away, he laughs and says it back. The power of Dustin compelled me, I had to guess. Anyway, I'm just glad to finally see another person who listens to Last Stand. I've got my 3 stickers on my vehicle too, but I haven't seen anyone else with those. Illinois needs to get its shit together and support. Thanks and have a great fucking day, boys. I would say Illinois has probably got a lot of things it's got to get together.
Yeah. Illinois is a scary place. I remember when I was driving to LA, we had to make a pit stop in Illinois, and we camped out in like some random campground in Illinois with like no sleep. It was just a tent, no sleeping bags, and I didn't sleep the whole night because I heard something sniffing outside of the tent, and that's my experience in Illinois. I thought I was gonna die.
Were you close enough to Chicago to be able to hear the artifacts of the gunfire?
No. We were pretty far out of Chicago. Like. Yeah.
When you're not, first of all, Chicago is a perfectly fine city, but when you're not in Illinois or not in Chicago, the way everyone talks about Chicago makes it seem like it's like Kosovo. And is it really that bad? I guess it is. This fucking pillow, man. God,
what are you experiencing right now? What is that?
It's the Secret Lab like pillow it's like a magnet that goes on to the chair, but I think my jersey like jostles it. Oh no! So
I don't know if the jersey is made to fit.
Yeah, I don't
on the chair.
You know, this jersey has been on every chair I've ever used in the games industry. This very jersey since my first day at IGN.
It's well seasoned.
Indeed.
Now, as far as this write-in, Colin, I was wondering, back many years ago, there was a greeting amongst the initial PlayStation podcast, we'll say, which was Beyond. Which you would simply say Beyond.
Beyond, right.
From all these write-ins we keep getting, it seems like Stand Down is the greeting amongst our listeners, which just is awesome because it makes them sound insane.
Yeah, it does. It does. Yeah, Beyond is the thing. Beyond was the thing. You just would say it and people understood. You're right.
I mean, to be fair, Beyond is also an insane thing to shout at somebody if you're not, if you don't, like Beyond.
The coolest thing about doing podcast, well, there's a lot of cool things about doing podcasts Beyond. That was a really fun show, and that's the only reason I'm here right now is because of that show and my time at IGN. But the most fun part about it was when we would do live shows at PAX or at Comic-Con or something, and the crowd would say it. I don't know if you ever were at any of those, Dustin, but it was like almost like a church or something. It was like we'd be like Beyond, and they would be like Beyond. 1,000 people or 500 people in a huge auditorium at PSX or whatever. It's great. It felt cult-like, and I kind of liked it. But
I think the only event I was at was the PS I Love You with David Jaffe at PlayStation Experience.
Right. That was when he there was something he like said something about one of the Easy Allies guys or something.
He shit talked Kyle Bosman,
and then that became like a thing where like we didn't stand up for this guy. And I'm like, I don't even know what he's talking about. Don't you understand? I don't know what David Jaffe's talking about half the time that I talk to him. We just kind of roll with the punches.
Half the time. That's generous. Oh,
Oh,
I love
Nick,
you.
thanks for writing in. Thank you all so much for repping the brand in all the different places that you do. We hear from people meeting each other because of that all the time. And I still think, yeah, the best way, I would get one of those moon stickers or a sacred sticker and just put it on your car bumper sticker, or, you know, your bumper rather, and then see what happens.
Mm-hmm.
Who knows? Who knows what might happen? Who knows who you might encounter? Whomst you might encounter? All right. Brian Borlaug wrote in, we have a correction. Hey guys, are you fucking kidding me about this take on badgers? As someone who grew up on a farm in north central Montana and is now currently residing in Madison, Wisconsin, badgers will fuck you and everyone you care about up. I have no doubt out of the 4 house animals, they'd even kill a fucking lion. Check out badger videos. They're fucking insane. Regardless, fuck Hufflepuffs, though, because that name alone is ridiculous. Thank you for the content, boys. As someone who loves the word fuck and uses it with great liberalism, too many times in that particular paragraph. Too many times. It lost its luster about halfway through. You got to use it more sparingly. I use it often, but use it more sparingly than that. Chris, thoughts on badgers? We were talking about this because the badger is the symbol of Hufflepuff, I think, if I recall.
Yeah.
And we were talking about what class we would be in, and that we would be maybe embarrassed or not into the badger, embarrassed by the badger. I don't know. What do you think about this notion? You know, I'm no zoologist.
Yeah.
So I didn't know that the badger was capable of such feats.
I highly doubt it is. Look, I'm sure a badger is a very impressive little animal to watch scurry around or freak out in some random public place. But it's not, I've seen badgers. A badger's not taking out a lion, my guy. Like, I'm sorry. Like,
it's taking out a snake, though.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, probably. When I said snake, I was still in the Harry Potter mode where that giant fucking snake from the second movie. But like, yeah, no, I mean, like, yeah, snake's probably gone. Like, what's that animal that mongooses kill snakes? You know, that's like the whole thing with them.
House cats kill snakes.
Yeah. I've killed a fair share of snakes.
I thought you were going to say you killed a house cat.
Not intentionally. I've never killed a cat on purpose. That's something I can say.
That's the beginning of like 50% of the true crime things I listen to or watch. Is, you know, the person began by killing cats or dogs. Yeah. So
have you ever seen that documentary, Don't Fuck with Cats or whatever?
Yes.
That's
amazing.
That's a great one. But
horrifying.
Yeah, no, I don't know, man. I've seen badger videos. I'm remarkably unconvinced that a badger is doing anything to a lion. I'm sorry. Like, it's no. Yeah, I'm sure that the badger has a lot of heart. Okay, I'll give the badger.
He's like the Rocky of the. You know, he's smaller, but he's got like a lot of heart. He's got a lot of gusto, a lot of energy.
Yeah. But it's not like it's not a hippo or something. You know, where there's like a fighting chance. Like, it's just, you're out of your mind.
You know what's scary me about hippos is that they have those flat, worn down teeth, but they'd still eat you and chomp on you. So you would just get basically mashed, pulverized. You know, as opposed to cut.
Yeah, it just mashed.
It would be like a bullet going through you.
Yeah, it'd be like being punched by everyone on the planet at once.
Right. That'd be great. Dude, Africa is just full of just so many horrifying animals. More so than I feel like almost anywhere else.
Nah,
it's so interesting.
Australia.
That's a good point too. Because I was thinking, it's so funny. Like, humanity comes from Africa. And we were all kind of hanging out together, and then it's no wonder we wanted to leave. It's like, have you looked around? Dude, like, we got to go. We'd rather live in this desert, you know? Dude, we'd rather live in France. I mean, can you believe that?
I see videos all the time of like they're all. I love these videos where it's just like home footage or just like random home video footage of people in like Brazil or whatever, or like in South America. And the people are like working on like a roof, and then a jaguar pops out of the roof and then just starts like freaking out. And it's just like, I can't even fathom existing in this place. That is scary. Australia is a different situation entirely. Like, those have like spiders that will like shoot you and steal your identity. In Australia, it's like a very scary place.
I also love I'm sure, Chris, you've seen the videos of like people fist fighting kangaroos. Yeah, which is like crazy that you actually do punch them and they punch back, and it's like that whole cartoon kind of thing. But I'm like, wow, that's some kangaroo was like attacking this dude's kid, and he just fucking cold clocked it.
That is
you
the most
punched a kangaroo in the face.
And the kangaroo will the kangaroo will do a jab. Like he'll understand. Like they'll understand. Like that that fucks me up more than anything, because like I can look at like a chimpanzee or like a gorilla and like, all right, we're close enough to this thing so that any human like mannerism that a chimpanzee or like a gorilla does, like I can at least extrapolate it where it's like, okay, well, we have the same physiology, like pretty reasonable chance that they would at least accidentally stumble into something that might seem vaguely human. Not that weird. But a kangaroo, which has like, they got a pouch on their stomach where like a baby just sort of finishes. It's like a post-launch patch for the baby after it's born. It's like it just sits in a pouch, and then it's like hopping on these thick legs with like talons on them, and then it's got just like this jacked upper body that knows how to throw like a double jab, fake out uppercut hook. Why does it know that?
It reminds me, you know what it reminds me of? A kangaroo is like that, 1910, like the fighters where they're like,
it is. They do that. They do.
Yeah, like,
I've seen a kangaroo do this, and I've never been the same since. I will never set foot in Australia. Also, don't fight a kangaroo because they will kill you. Like there's a really good chance that you will not survive an encounter with a kangaroo. Like there are videos out there where people are like really, really lucky, but to me, it's the same thing of like people like, I don't know, roughhousing with tigers, where it's like, you're a fucking idiot. I'm sorry. I don't care how much passion. I don't care how much passion you have for this. You're a dumbass, and you need to be like cordoned off. I guess that's why they're in the tiger cage.
Here's the thing, Colin. In the video I saw where a guy totally punched a kangaroo, he went in because this kangaroo had his dog.
That's right. That's what it was. Yeah.
Now here's the question.
He had his dog in a chokehold.
Yes. Yeah.
This is not something a kangaroo should know. That's fucked up.
He's about to give the people's elbow to that dog.
Colin, I can't explain the circumstance. It doesn't matter. You go out and you look in your yard and a kangaroo has Rush in a chokehold. Surely you're going out to try to fuck up that kangaroo despite the danger.
Of course, that is true. You're right. I would. We also have very specific advantages in the United States, if you know what I mean.
Yes, we do.
Yeah, you can shoot a kangaroo.
Dude, not only shoot it, you eat it afterwards, like straight up.
I can't imagine that tastes good though, right?
They eat kangaroo all the time.
Yeah, well, people eat fucking shit.
I don't know. I mean, I would eat if I had the opportunity to eat a kangaroo. Hell yeah, I'm eating.
Look. I'm not saying I would pass up the opportunity to eat a kangaroo. I would eat pretty much almost any. Like I would eat rat. I would eat cat and dog too. Like to me, it's like it whatever. As long as I don't know it personally and it doesn't have a social security number, I'm gonna eat it. But I don't know. A kangaroo is. I just don't like that it knows how to punch and it knows how to put animals in headlocks. That's like if it knew how to aim a gun. You know,
and like honestly, it might. It's never had the opportunity.
How would you feel if you saw a kangaroo take apart a rifle and put it back together?
He has like an M1, and he's cleaning it. I don't know. If I saw, I'd have so many questions if I saw a kangaroo here. Yeah,
set it free.
But I believe it was T.I. that said, "Got a Glock 4.5, blow your head off with it." I believe is what he said.
Yeah.
So that kangaroo better watch himself.
I want to see a kangaroo do that military thing with the gun where they like.
Oh, they. They like spin it and
yeah.
I love the noises that those make when they do that, like the clicky gear noise kind of.
I'm pretty sure that's the sound. That's the sound library for most video game and sound effects. Is like I think that's how they get those sounds, because those sounds don't happen naturally in combat.
That's interesting.
Yeah,
good point. Well, that's all we have for this episode of Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast.
Bye.
Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Athletic Greens and their exceptional, healthy, energy-boosting AG1 supplement, which you can acquire for yourself at athleticgreens.com/sacred. I can't speak for you, but I've never known a person in my own life who is completely and totally healthy all the time, 100%. We all have our vices. What's important, in my humble opinion, is balancing out vice with something more, let's say, overtly positive. And something you can do for your own health right now is adding Athletic Greens to your daily routine. Athletic Greens AG1 formula is a supplement. You mix some AG1 powder into a glass of water, drink it, and voila, you net a ton of frankly undeniable health benefits. That's because Athletic Greens packs AG1 with 75 high-quality vitamins, minerals, and whole food sourced ingredients that do a body good. Athletic Greens protects and supports your immune system, boosts energy, helps take care of your gut health, and can even help support sleep, improve hair and skin quality, and more. When I take AG1 though, I do it before a strenuous workout. Not only is it mega easy to take, it actually tastes good too, and it gives me a noticeable and valuable boost of energy when I need it most, especially because I typically only eat one meal a day. Thus, my running and weightlifting is helped mightily by Athletic Greens' presence. I think you'll find the same if you give AG1 a go too. It's affordable, high quality, and great for you, and I think you'll notice the difference when you add it to your daily routine. And hey, taking AG1 means there's no vitamins and pills to scoff down, so that's good too. If you're looking for an easier way to take supplements, Athletic Greens is giving you a free 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free travel packs of AG1 with your first purchase. Go to athleticgreens.com/sacred. That's athleticgreens.com/SACRED. Again, that's athleticgreens.com/sacred for Athletic Greens' exceptional AG1 formula that can help you live your best life. Check it out at athleticgreens.com/sacred. Sacred Symbols is sponsored by BetterHelp and their affordable, accessible, and frankly amazing brand of online therapy, which you can access right now at betterhelp.com/symbols. I'll come right out and tell you that I'm not only a believer in the efficacy and usefulness of therapy, but I'm in therapy right now. I just had a session yesterday from when I'm recording this ad, in fact. But not everyone wants to go see someone in person. Heck, many people can't afford the mental health treatment they want, period. Whatever's keeping you from seeking the therapy you need, understand that my friends at BetterHelp have moved mountains to eliminate whatever's in front of you. See, my issues are depression and anxiety, and these problems are essentially lifelong. That's my reality. And while I've had moments of resistance in my past, I've not only succumbed to therapy to help me at especially tough moments in my life, I seek therapy out because it's important to talk to someone, especially someone who knows how to listen and is trained to help you. And you don't have to be suffering from the same issues I do. For you, it might be relationship or friendship problems, trouble at work, confidence and performance issues, and so much more. And since BetterHelp is conducted entirely online via video, audio, or even just text, it's not only much more affordable than in-person therapy, but infinitely easier to access and use. You don't have to drive somewhere, you don't have to wait in a waiting room, and you don't have to pay an arm and a leg to get professional mental health counseling. And BetterHelp gets you going easily too. All you have to do is fill out a brief questionnaire to be matched with a therapist, and you can switch therapists anytime for no additional charge and with zero headaches. So you can find the right person for you. Therapy is, after all about you. My friends, if you want to live a more empowered life, therapy can help get you there. Visit betterhelp.com/symbols. That's BETTERHELP.com/SYMBOLS. to get 10% off your first month of therapy sessions. Again, that's betterhelp.com/symbols for affordable, high-quality online therapy that meets you where you are. Benji White has a long one, but I wanted to share it. Hello, you bodacious bastards. Long time, second time, fuck you, COVID. Unfortunately, I do not have a crazy poop story, nor do I have an unimaginably weird way of performing everyday tasks. However, I wanted to quickly share an experience I had, all thanks to Sacred Symbols. A couple of years ago, I was working for a god-awful brewery as head brewer. The entire experience of that career was a mess, and without getting into the nitty-gritty, I was on the verge of leaving to find a new venture. In my last few months there, we hired a new technical brewer named Scott Hunt, and I remember on his first day, we hit it off straight away. It turns out he was a bit of a nerd, loved to play PlayStation games, and was a huge Destiny fan like myself. We were talking one day about games we liked, and Scott asked me if I was a fan of roguelike games. Now, I had no idea what a roguelike game was until, of course, this guy on a podcast I listen to every week called Colin kindly educated me on what this was. Of course, I said yes, but there was also a question in mind of, does this new guy just happen to actually like roguelike games, or is he a secret member of the Sacred Symbols Battalion? A few days went by at work, and there were so many hints of Colin's grammar that kept coming up in this new guy's vocabulary. At this point, I was going to ask him if he chooses to indulge in a tall glass of crisp Sacred Symbols for breakfast every morning, but weirdly, I didn't know how to ask. I felt like a young boy trying to figure out how to ask a girl on a first date. When I finally plucked up the courage to ask Scott if he was a fan of the show, we were on our way out of the office and about to head home when he turned to me and said, "See you later, Slitterhead." And he says, "Sorry, guys." Slitterheads in historical references are always fine. To which I turned to him with my eyes wide open with excitement and replied, "Keep fucking that chicken." We laughed so hard, decided to go grab a beer and ramble about how long we've both been listening to the show. To this day, we still remain great friends despite both leaving the company, and I got to attend his wedding last summer. I just thought I'd let you guys know that despite both of us living in the England and the UK, your show is more than just a podcast. It's part of my everyday week, driving to work and having something to entertain myself on night shifts, as well as building some amazing friendships. Thanks for all you do. Look at that.
Wow.
Look at that. Connection. Yeah. Connection made. Very good. I hope you guys continue to find each other out there. Maybe some of you will make love, become partners.
Oh,
yeah.
Sacred Singles.
Sacred Singles. There you go, isn't it?
That's really good.
You know
It's
how
99% men.
well, that's what I was going to say. Remember that there was that angry, what was that? The apes NFT thing. And they had like a dating network, but then they shut it down because it was just all dudes. We would have a pretty similar problem, I think. I'm hoping that Constellation opens up our female viewership a little bit more. I think it will.
Yeah,
Seth Bain. Oh, I'm sorry, Chris. Go ahead, please.
No, yeah. I was just saying. I think it will.
Yeah. Seth Bain wrote in. Said, hey, CDC, I work as a retail manager, and the other night after we'd closed, I was counting the tills in the office while listening to Sacred Symbols. An employee of mine walked into the office, unbeknownst to me, and overheard a conversation between the three of you that contained phrases such as, Nintendo loves MILFs. This is a game made by MILF lovers for MILF lovers, and was Rosalina a MILF? She asked me what I was listening to, which scared the shit out of me since I didn't know anyone else was in the room. I let out a soft yell and paused the podcast, which of course made me come across as embarrassed and guilty. I explained that it was a PlayStation podcast and that the hosts were just weirdos. Throughout the week, however, she's been asking me how my fellow MILF lovers are doing. Just thought you might find that funny.
That is pretty great. I love that.
We were talking about that. Rosalina confirmed MILF, I think.
I think it's a stretch.
Gotta be honest.
But here's the thing. Do people feel the need to listen to Sacred Symbols in privacy? I think the answer is yes.
Right.
Because he was saying that he thought he was alone, and then the moment he realized.
Yeah, it's embarrassing.
Yeah.
It was like me trying to play Monster Monpiece on Vita on the train in San Francisco. You just can't. Some things you just can't do in public.
Like playing Bayonetta in your living room, 2009, when you're ninth grade. Can't do that.
Fuck that. Yeah. I'm gonna buy a Steam Deck, and I'm gonna sit on the train and play Stellar Blade. Yes. Purely so other people can see what I'm doing.
There was like a picture being sent around. It was a couple of years ago, probably, of a dude on a bus with a fight stick set up. Have you seen this? And he had like a phone or a tablet, and he had like a fight stick set up. But he was sitting on the train and took a picture. So then someone made like a Wojak version of it with him clicking and playing with the person sitting right there behind him, or right there in front of him with the joystick right in his face. It's like, why can't you just play at home?
Yeah, at that point, just chill.
Yeah. Are you that busy that you got to take the 43 bus to whereverville playing Street Fighter 2? Yeah. Super Street Fighter 2, maybe? Let's move on. It's time to move on. Get into the news. My friends, HBO has renewed The Last of Us for a second season. Not a huge surprise here. Dustin, what do you think?
This isn't surprising, especially seeing that the show continues to gain more and more audience every week.
Yes.
It's going to be really interesting to see, though, how they end up rolling this out. How long are they going to wait between seasons? And I think another thing to consider is just how I don't know. Am I wrong in thinking that The Last of Us Part 2 is going to be much tougher on a general audience than the first game? Like, I wonder if there's some concerns. I don't want to get into any specifics about Last of Us Part 2 since some people haven't played it, but there's some hardcore shit in that game that is already very disturbing to play in a video game where, I don't know, there's a little extra layer of fantasy, being its computer generated graphics, that I think that when you translate it to screen is going to be even more off-putting, which for me is fine, because I'm totally fine with movies or TV shows that have fucked up elements in them. But I don't know. I think it's something that they definitely are going to have to consider. But either way, I'm curious how long they're going to wait between, like I said, they're going to wait a few years or go on right ahead. And if that does well too, what's next for the show? Do they do a show that's outside of the games? Like we've discussed the possibility of them doing something about Joel before Last of Us Part 1 starts, something like that. There's a lot of questions, but at least we have the answer to this one, that it's happening.
Yeah, well, specifically, we want Joel after The Last of Us Part 1 starts, but without the time jump, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, or the time when that we saw in this most recent episode, no spoilers, but before Ellie comes into the picture and he's just kind of like a mercenary doing all kinds of crazy shit. Yeah, that could be interesting too.
I totally agree. And I am curious about that too. Yeah, we won't get into it too deeply, but they're going to have to, first of all, cast Abby, which I think will be an interesting thing. I wonder who will play her. She's a very divisive character. And they're going to have to get Lev and some of these others in there as well, which is all fine. That will be easy to do. But yeah, telling the story, I don't know how to, because it's like there's something that happens in the second game so catastrophic that I wonder how a TV audience would feel about it. You know, like that's a very what happens in that game is very video game. And because of the ability to play as different protagonists, and you're almost framing your entire experience around one person, whether in first or third person, you're pretty much playing as someone, right? And so I do wonder how that's going to go. But Chris, what are your thoughts on this? Renewed, not a huge surprise. Like Dustin said, higher night of viewings every week by more than 1 million every week, which is interesting. And I thought the third episode personally was staggeringly good. Just absolutely stunning type of Emmy-winning performances there, in my opinion. What do you think about all this? Well, first of all, we haven't had you on any of the episodes yet. So what are your thoughts on the show so far? And then how do you feel about it continuing perhaps into the subject matter of the more contentious part 2?
Well, I think it's pretty solid. I think a lot of the reason why it's getting more and more viewership over like each episode is largely probably word of mouth. I think a lot of people saw, a video game based TV show. I don't know. I'll see how people react to it. And then I think, the first episode did well and got people curious, and then they came in, and then, I feel like that's just going to keep happening. I'm sure it'll hit a plateau at some point, but for now it seems like it's on a pretty steady rise. I haven't thought any of the episodes were bad at all. I thought they were all pretty solid. I think the third episode was like really, really good. I saw some people saying it's like best TV of all time. It's like, it might be. Well, let's chill.
We need to see more.
We need. Yeah. We gotta wait before. Like, it's no Ozymandias, but it's damn good. It's way, way, way better than I thought it was going to be. Especially because they took some liberties here from the game. They changed a lot actually from the game. Almost an entirely different character, kind of, is what we see in Bill in the game versus the show, and I think that's interesting because it seems to indicate that they're willing to stick with the source material faithfully enough, but they're still willing to play with it a little bit. And I think that's going to be a key feature going into The Last of Us Part 2, because I guarantee you The Last of Us Part 2 will not be covered the same way it is in the game. I think The Last of Us Part 2 will be majorly rewritten for the second season. If they're willing to do this for Bill in the first game, which was like not even a particularly like, it was like a pretty quick section. If they're willing to do that, I imagine, I'll put it this way. I imagine the beginning of The Last of Us Part 2 will probably happen at I wouldn't be surprised to see that at the end of the second season.
Yeah, that's interesting because we're tiptoeing around it, and we're going to spoil something later, and I'm going to give everyone a warning about being able to kind of skip that. So I'll say that now as well. I do want to say what I need to say. So I'm going to spoil The Last of Us Part 2's first few hours now for a moment. So just fast forward a couple minutes. I'll give you a second to do that.
I'll put a note on the video of the time to skip ahead to.
But I'm going to begin now. So we all know Joel dies in the beginning of The Last of Us Part 2 in a brutal way. And with having such a high caliber actor and Pedro Pascal having such a really wonderful thing going with this duo of characters and the world around them, I think you're right. I think it would be it would be awesome for them to be really true to the story and be like, that actually is what happens, and now it's really about Bella Ramsey. But it seems like it would be a weird move. Like the game audience didn't take it exceptionally well. And I don't know how the audience would take it too, as they grow attached to these characters and kind of remain ignorant of what has happened. So my hope for the second season is actually that it's all stuff that's not in any of the games, that there's a period of time we don't see. It's several years. Right. And so, at the end of The Last of Us Part 1, we see Ellie and Joel. And I remember when I was at IGN, I used to say, like, well, people would be like, well, if there was a sequel, how would you want it to begin? And I was like, I wanted it to begin right there. Like literally them walking that same path. And the second game begins from that moment. And so it'd be cool to kind of maybe do what happens in Part 2 in the third season, stretch the story out a little bit more and explore a little bit more. And I guess I am selfishly hoping to see things in the Last of Us universe that I can't anticipate or don't know. And that's the only opportunity for that. So yeah, so that's we'll no more spoilers now. That's what I wanted to say. Oh, I'm sorry. No, more spoilers. Yeah.
Well, sort of. Something just about that theory is that Neil Druckmann on January 27th, when the announcement of season 2, he said part 2 and then an arrow to HBO. So he didn't say season 2. He specifically is referencing Last of Us Part 2. I would assume.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a very canny point.
So it seems like that might not be the case. Even though I really like your idea, it seems they're going for it.
But would you a 2-season show? You know what I mean? Like, it just seems like a weird. I don't know. I feel like one of my major problems with The Last of Us Part 2 is I think that just the editing structure of it. I just think it's like the way that it's told chronologically is like very bizarre, and I don't think it's necessary. And I think it actually did a lot of harm to like how the story was actually interpreted or taken. And so I imagine that like there's a lot of flashback scenes in The Last of Us Part 2, and I imagine that those won't necessarily be flashbacks. I would imagine that we might see those happen chronologically. I mean, there are some flashbacks obviously in The Last of Us show, but I don't know. I just think it'd be weird if that was like the first episode of the second season. You know what I mean? Like it would just be bizarre.
Yeah, I agree. It's could they be foolish enough to try to do the Game of Thrones crescendo where there's like a game and like a part 3 and a simultaneous show or around the same time? Are they really just going to lead up to that? I'm curious about it too. But HBO does embrace kind of smaller structure miniseries, lower runs, episodes that span movie lengths. You know, they have so many options. There are certain things that play out in the first game that I'm still kind of curious about. Gene spoiled one of them on our last show. I had it edited out. So it wouldn't spoil it for the rest of the audience. He actually spoiled 2 things I had edited out. But that's just because he has seen the whole season. And I understand that it's hard to talk in context. Like you have to cut off your knowledge of the entire thing at like a chapter. So I'm sympathetic to that. But Dustin, do you have anything to add before we go on? I think we've covered it, but talk to me.
No, I think I'm just really intrigued. And like I've been saying on the episodes of the show, the Sacred Symbols Plus episodes, it's been cool because I've been checking in Ma and Pa Furman every week to discuss the episode. So it's been cool to see non-gamers get to experience the show.
How are they feeling it?
They're into I think my mom in particular is really enjoying it. My dad's just overall not a big TV guy unless it's NCIS. We're working on it. We're working on it.
So he's like a CBS guy, like the lowest common denominator stuff. That's not your dad's too smart for that.
That's what he's into it. He likes his other favorite show is The Blacklist.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Isn't that the one with the dude from Lost?
It's with the guy who was the temporary boss on The Office.
James
right,
Spader.
Yeah, it's the totally Robert California or whatever.
Robert California. Yeah. He's the best, by the way, in The Office. Robert California. People hated him when that came out because it wasn't Steve Carell, but in hindsight, that's some of the best.
Well, yeah, in hindsight, comedy has gotten so bad. I just watched the Red Letter Media. They did a Mr. Plinkett watches Night Watch or Night Court.
I need to watch that. I saw it pop up.
And I was like, man, it's bad. Like, I don't know. Laugh tracks and like laugh sweetening and all of that. It seems so antiquated. Why are you doing this? And so anyway, moving on. Next story. This one's interesting and clearly real. Video Games Chronicle kind of reports it. It's hard to find the footage now, although I'm sure you guys have seen it. Over 10 minutes of early Horizon multiplayer game footage leaks online. And they say the footage, which was first shared on Reddit, shows stylized characters exploring and battling machine enemies. In addition to the footage, supposed artwork from the project was also posted on Reddit by the same user who shared the footage. According to the anonymous poster, the footage is from a very old alpha build from the summer of 2020. And it's said to be the same Horizon Forbidden West alpha, which began circulating online last month. So I'm a little confused about this because Forbidden West is being talked about. Well, let's back up even more. Horizon Zero Dawn was going to be multiplayer. That was like something they had wanted to do. And then in the second one, there's like this idea that they were going to integrate it again, but then you have this kind of separate project That appears to be a multiplayer sweep much more in line with a Fortnite aesthetic. And that's basically all that remains known about this. It was obviously copyright struck all over the place. It's hard to find the footage, although you can still find it if you want to look for it. And certainly screenshots and the artwork and all of the rest still exist too. But a lot of websites simply won't relay it other than links because they don't want to get in trouble with publishers, especially Sony. We don't care, of course, but we don't have the footage anyway. And I don't know that I have very much to say about it. It kind of looks exactly the way I thought this would look, except for, of course, the aesthetic's a little different. Dustin, what do you think about this leaked Horizon footage?
Yeah, I got to see the footage before it was attemptedly wiped off the internet. And yeah, it's got the Fortnite aesthetic. And I was thinking a lot about this because I don't think it's any different from the other art styles that we've poo-pooed over and over again. So maybe something is changing in me that I've just grown so used to it that I didn't find it necessarily extremely off-putting. I don't know if it was the way that they integrated that more simplistic style into the world of Horizon that it felt like it made sense in some way, but I don't know. I'm kind of excited about this idea of a multiplayer Horizon game, the idea of working with others. Like if each person on your team has kind of different roles, like one person sets all the traps, the other person's kind of your tank character, you have another person who's like kind of sniping from a distance. I think this could be really, really cool and really interesting. So despite the artwork or the art direction maybe being a little bit on the bland side, and like you mentioned, this is a really old demo or a really, really old build. So it could look completely different, but either way, this actually sparked my intrigue more than anything.
This build is from about 2 years before Forbidden West would come out.
Yeah.
So it is very old and certainly circulating from the COVID era when a lot of leaks were just coming from people using virtual machines. So this is the way that this might have come out. It's surprising that it's taken so long, and it's a wonder if this is even the way it looks or has functions anymore. Let me pitch this to you, Chris, because I'm trying to make sense of all this. We have Horizon Zero Dawn. We have Horizon Forbidden West. I'm not spoiling anything, but Forbidden West ends on a cliffhanger. There's obviously going to be a third and probably final game. And they redid the logos. Remember to put the 1 and then the 2 Roman numerals. And so there'll certainly be a 3 on the Horizon logo for the next one. In addition to that, we have Call of the Mountain coming to PSVR 2 in the coming weeks. From here, it's kind of mysterious because there are maybe 2 or 3 other Horizon games in development. There's a multiplayer game. So that's this potentially, but there's also an MMO apparently, right? And we've talked about that in the past. I don't know if they're one and the same or if they're, but I think the MMO is being developed in Asia or by an Asian studio. And then there was word of some sort of remake or Last of Us Part 1 style remake of Horizon Zero Dawn. So that's maybe with Call of the Mountain 4 Horizon projects. So it would be Horizon 3, Horizon Call of the Mountain, Horizon MMO, Horizon multiplayer game, Horizon remake. So 5 potential upcoming Horizon games. How does that make you feel?
It's a bit much. I think you could stand without the remake and the MMO, and I think it might be fine. I think the multiplayer project's not a bad idea. I think if they're able to kind of like infuse this sort of like PvP, this simplified kind of PvP with like a somewhat like simpler Monster Hunter type thing, I think that could appeal to. I think that could appeal to. I think that could appeal to a lot of people. I think obviously a third game makes a ton of sense. A VR game also, in my opinion, makes a lot of sense. The MMO, though, I wouldn't be surprised if this is a kind of like a cordoned off game in some way. In the same, like I think about like some games that are just like very, very popular over there that don't really have a presence over here. It could be just a way for them to expand the IP in places that might not necessarily know Horizon all that well, and cater specifically to a market that is very, very dominant over there. That being, of course, like MMOs and very, very big sprawling multiplayer kind of environments. But we won't know how until we know how far apart these games are. It's kind of a moot point to say whether or not they're milking it because we just don't know the spacing of these things. We don't know when any of this is coming out at all. So it could just be like a really, really healthy way to keep the IP alive while they work on other things that are going to push it forward. But hearing about all this at once is jarring, and it's a little overwhelming. And I do think a lot of it is I do think a significant portion of it is just borderline unnecessary. There's no reason under the sun why there should be a Horizon Forbidden West or a Horizon Zero Dawn remake. There's no good reason. None.
I agree. I think that game's beautiful.
That game still looks. All you have to do is make that game 60 frames per second and up res, and it's fine. Like there's nothing. Maybe you could make Child Aloy look a little bit less like a doll, but like that's literally it. Like I don't know what you would do to make that game. To make that game. I mean, we're going to talk about a remake a little bit later. I don't know what you would do to Horizon to really bring it into the modern era, because that game's already modern.
Right. And the sequel runs on PS4 too. So I am a little confused about this too. Like, is this going to go through the Nix's pipeline? What is the exact nature of this? Because I'm a little different. I differ in the opinion of and I think we did with The Last of Us Part 1, where I'm like, I can understand that a little bit better. A lot better actually than this.
It certainly makes more sense to me. Yeah. than this does. Like I still don't necessarily think it's 100% necessary, but I could see the benefit of doing that. That's a PS3 game. You know, that's like 2 generations ago. People pretend like, oh, you know, it's a PS4 game because of the remaster. It's like, no, the remaster is like just like a vaguely up-resed, slightly nicer looking PS3 game. This is a PS3 game. It makes sense to have like some kind of PS5 version of it. The issue then goes to like, what do you do when like the third part comes out, and then it's like Last of Us Part 1 remake Part 2. It's like there's like a big joke there, but because you don't necessarily have to keep things on par with modern technology. If there's like a general, you know, chronological timeline of technology, everybody's going to be fine with it. But there's nothing about Horizon Zero Dawn that screams antiquated. Like it's not my preference for a video game, but it's not my. I don't not love it because it feels too old. You know, it's just like a different game. Like yeah. I don't know. It's very bizarre. I really hope that that's not real. I really hope that that's not happening.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we'll see. I was told by someone who's been reliable in the past, and I reported this on the show when I was told it was that it's happening. Like there is some sort of Horizon 1 thing happening. But who knows what the nature of it's going to be. And we'll find out. I wanted to just catch people up too, and Dustin, we'll go to you if you have anything else to say. The Horizon MMO news broke last November. That's when we discussed it on the show. And at that time, we discussed that the rumor has put NCSoft and Sony in bed together. NCSoft, of course, being the South Korean MMO publisher and developer. Blade and Soul and Lineage are probably their 2 big franchises, although they publish Guild Wars as well. ArenaNet develops that though. So yeah, I feel like maybe that could make sense. And you're right, the timing is important too. Call of the Mountains, February 22nd or whatever, and then Burning Shores, the expansion for Horizon Forbidden West, is coming out later this year. So that'll be Horizon for this year, and then next year, that's when I guess we find out what's going to go on here. You're absolutely right. And I do love the idea though, Dustin, and I know you being kind of inclined towards Monster Hunter, there is something there. Like you could make a Monster Hunter type game here pretty nicely. Like I personally think Horizon's combat is superb. Absolutely superb. It is so fun. That is a game that is just fun as fuck to play. It's very Far Cry in that sense to me, where I like open worlds for checkboxes. I like open worlds for storytelling. I like open worlds for exploration, but I also like open worlds for gameplay when possible. And this game, you know, the Horizon core games, man, absolutely fun. So I can imagine getting that in a multiplayer environment, making it competitive or cooperative or asymmetric. That could be dope. What about playing as one of the machines? You know,
yeah.
That would be interesting. And having a group try to take you down.
That would be a great idea. Except, yeah, that's what I mean. It's like I could have seen that happening like a while ago when developers were like a little bit more open to that stuff. But like, you know,
It could just be an option. That would be that might be a lot of work for an optional mode.
That's what I mean.
Something.
It's I don't know.
As opposed to being core game. But you're right. But there's something here. I think you're right there about that, Chris. So Dustin, talk to me. Do you see a Monster Hunter kind of facsimile possibility here?
Yeah, I think there's definitely some of that. I think that they would be able to do it in a way that's a lot less complex than Monster Hunter, because Monster Hunter it has an insane amount of depth, which is both one of its strongest strengths and also a huge weakness, in my opinion. But the one note that I did want to say in regards to, you guys were talking about the possibility of a Horizon Zero Dawn remake, right? And we talked about this on the show extensively about how it's not really necessary. You can play it on PS5 right now in 60 FPS thanks to a patch. But there's something here to consider from the last time that we talked about that, is with The Last of Us Part 1, they had a brand new product for their brand new machine on store shelves in time for a major television show in The Last of Us. And guess what? As much as we, particularly Chris and I, said that it wasn't necessary, it clearly was a smart business move based on the sales we're seeing of Last of Us Part 1. Huge numbers. And it'll be really interesting to see with Sacred Sales Saga how that comes out. So while this plan was probably already in motion, that probably just affirmed to Sony that's like, yeah, we need an entry point to this series on our latest hardware ready to go by the time the Netflix show comes out. Because honestly, even if it's good or bad, it's going to be a huge push if it's part of the conversation online. It makes sense from a business perspective, even if we feel like it's a waste of resources. But I would expect this going forward with a lot of these projects. In fact, we saw with Uncharted. They had a new Uncharted product ready to go when the movie was there. The Legacy of Thieves collection doesn't make quite as much sense since it's not really an entry point into the series. I don't even know if that really mattered, honestly.
No, it didn't. I think that they tried to make that make sense because so much of the film's plot was taken from Uncharted 4.
Right.
That they were like, well, we can just kind of make this happen, make this work.
Yeah. And a new Twisted Metal on the way, ready to go in tandem. With
important enough to take away from the studio making it and bringing it internal. So something that they're taking very seriously, or much more seriously than. Yeah. So you make good points.
Basically, going forward, if there is a Sony announced media project, expect some kind of product that can go along with it. That just makes sense from a business side.
All right. I feel like, I don't know, man. It's a lot of Horizon. I love Horizon. And Video Games Chronicle does note, they say, quote, one person with knowledge of the project told VGC they believe the footage and art are authentic, end quote. And of course, they do remind us that, so the NCSoft stuff happened, or that rumor happened in November. In December, Guerrilla themselves said that they were working on a stylized co-op game. So we assume that's what this is. So we just have to kind of keep things straight. And I'm not so sure I'm worried about the resource management of a Horizon Zero Dawn remake or whatever it would be, because who the hell knows who's doing it? I mean, if it's like at Nix's or something, who cares? I mean, that's fine. But I just worry about the health of the franchise, because I think it's a pretty special franchise and I just want them to take good care of it. And I want to reiterate too, I personally think Horizon Forbidden West is a phenomenal game. And I know it's sold very well. It's one of the best selling games in America overall in 2022 of any platform. And I know there are a lot of bundles and all of that as well, but I just don't feel like it really got its due. It's so good. And I would say maybe the most beautiful game I've ever played as well. Like, I can't believe how good that game looked. I couldn't believe how fun it was. And I loved the story as well. I thought the story was just phenomenal and so strange. Oh my God, so strange. I'm so excited to play the third one. And so let's see, 2017 was the first one, 2022. So we're looking at 2027 or 2028 for the third one. It seems far away, doesn't it?
It does feel far away.
But that would track,
Yeah.
Maybe a little shorter time though, because hopefully it'll definitely only be on PS5, I assume.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's move on to the next story, my friends. We'll have more to say about Horizon when more information makes itself known. Eagle Eyes over at Reddit discovered potential new colors for the DualSense. Metallic gray and metallic red are listed. I don't know if it on the PlayStation's official store. I don't know if they've since been removed. They probably were, since it was probably an unintentional leak. Dustin, what do you think? I feel like it's time for why is it so hard to make a wide swath of controllers? I feel like you should constantly be selling new controller colors, new controller limited editions, controllers for games, and of course giving us the oft requested customization options that are available and have been for years on Xbox. This is a step in the right direction, but I don't know, man. It annoys me that we have to like be excited about controller colors. This is something that's
all they got over on the Xbox side is new controllers.
It's like Xbox has had that taken care of for years, but even Nintendo is really great about the Joy-Cons. I mean, they released a fucking billion of them. And yeah. I don't know. To me, this seems so obvious. They'd get me hook, line, and sinker on probably a couple of controllers a year if they just either gave us customization. Dude, if they gave us full customization options, I'd probably spend $1,000 a year on fucking controllers. You know, because I'd probably have like, oh, that's a good idea. Oh, this would be a good present for someone. Oh, this would be awesome.
Oh, yeah.
What do you think, Dustin?
No, I think you're right that people are drawn to variants of stuff. I mean, you see people buying Nintendo Switches that are just different variants, even though they already have one, or different controller variants. And Xbox, this is a huge thing. And my joke specifically was about how, do you remember when they announced that Horizon controller and everyone's like, this is what you got, like just more new controllers. So it can be a negative aspect too, if it seems like you're only putting out new controllers. But for me, the tough part for me right now is just that as much as I think variants are cool, I just want to get the DualSense Edge. And that only comes in one variant. I guess it's not even a variant at all then. It just comes in one version. And I don't know. I'm kind of disappointed from seeing the reviews and people talk about it. It's got that gross, like glossy faceplate that is instantly just going to be a smudgy mess. But so I don't know if any of the variants interest me at this point. I think there could be some potential for some that I'd be interested in. Like, for example, the PS4 controller, the classic controller, the PlayStation 1 20th anniversary one that comes in the box that you have, Colin, the anniversary console. They released that controller on its own. It's awesome. They did something like that, I would be totally in for one of those. But right now, it's mostly me just thinking about getting a DualSense, and I'm holding off, but I will eventually break and probably just buy one. Yeah,
it's got that little baby battery too. I saw the DualSense Edge and the strip downs of it. Yeah, I don't really need it. I'm fine. I like the standard controller. I don't think I need anything crazy. Chris, it's hard for me to wrap my mind around new input, like, using flippers under your fingers and all these kinds of things. I feel like I'm too old to learn a new way to play.
Yeah.
It's just too much for me to wrap. I just can't wrap my mind around. Wait, so you map this here and you play, and I know that it's like for high end gaming and all of that. It's just, I don't think I'm very high end to be honest with you. So, what do you think about these colors? I mean, what do you think about the DualSense situation entire? We haven't talked about the Edge either. I mean, you can say whatever you'd like. Pull of the red.
Yeah. I think, first of all, I think new controller variants are a great idea. I don't know if I would spend $1,000 on new controllers, but they would get me spending a decent amount of money on them, just because I like having different controllers. I don't know why necessarily. Maybe it's like an old habit of mine of just collecting. But like, especially if they're different. Like I love like what Dustin said about like the like that classic gray, like that. I love that gray. I made specifically an Xbox controller that was in the style of like the original DualShock, that gray with like the dark gray on the analog sticks and all that, because it's just cool. It's just like a nice aesthetic. I love that. It's like my nostalgic concepts, like the PS1, the NES, that old industrial gray that everybody assumed meant high end.
Yeah, I had a Sony Vaio that was the same color.
Yeah. I loved it. But as far as like the Edge goes, and as far as like learning new inputs, I'm kind of bad at that too. Like I got the Xbox Elite controller, and I got that mainly for the weight and just how nice it felt to hold. And it had like grips and stuff, and obviously I would swap out the sticks every now and again. I toyed around with those back pedals for a little bit. I couldn't stand it. Like I cannot learn a new way to go about it. And quite frankly, I don't need it. So, if you need pedals to keep up with me, like, God bless you. But I'm fine with the claw.
Yeah, your gaming prowess came up on a show recently. I don't remember which one it was. I've done a lot of them recently. Maybe it was with Michael Malice or something. But yeah, so I agree. It would be equivalent to saying, like, for me, that I can no longer invert my y-axis. I wouldn't be able to play video games. That if I couldn't invert the y-axis, I wouldn't be able to play. I'm not going to retrain myself to do that. And so that would be the equivalent of, like, put the X button on the left flipper or whatever. I'm like, why? The fuck are you talking about?
I think you guys are missing out big time with this no flipper.
Probably, but I'm saying it is a me. That's what I'm saying though, Dustin, is it's a me problem, no doubt. I don't play at a high enough level. I don't have those kinds of needs. I see much more interest. I'm much more interested in the Leonardo controller than this thing.
I think that it's easy to overthink, and you can do crazy, like, put buttons on, especially with the Xbox One. You could put 4 back pedals on, which is too much for me. But it can be as simple as when you're playing a Souls game or any game that has a run button. Hold this button to run. That you just map it to that back button, and so as you grip the controller, you can just run. Which in particular with Souls games is awesome because then you can the button, it's a circle button to run on any Souls game. So when you are running, you cannot move the right stick at the same time unless you claw grip, like Chris mentioned. So it's like it instantly completely changes the game if you can get used to that.
Yeah.
But obviously, I don't know. I thought it would be really difficult when I first bought that PS4 back button controller adapter, but I really picked it up quite simply. And I think you guys could too, personally.
I'm just not sophisticated enough for it. Although, every once in a while when I play mouse and keyboard shooters, and I'm like, I can't do this. And then like a few minutes later, I'm totally wazding it up, as they might say. They don't say that. Guys, I didn't know if you saw this weird tweet. I just wanted to talk about this from a woman named TLOU Cheng Maservi. She's the EVP, so Executive Vice President of Corporate Affairs at Activision Blizzard. And she tweeted this. I don't know. We said on the last episode, I don't want to get too much into legal analysis these days out of respect to Rick Hogue, who's recovering from a stroke, and he's our legal analyst on the show, and we're not going to do legal analysis with anyone else. And I feel like we're a little bit drowning in some of this information without his guidance. But I think that there are still things that we can discuss. And I just feel like Microsoft, I don't know. People are talking about how Sony's coming off as an asshole in this Microsoft Activision Blizzard situation, that they're just kind of making a stink. And that's probably true. As we've talked about in previous episodes, I feel like that makes a lot of sense. Why wouldn't you make it as hard as possible? Why wouldn't you use your resources, your legal resources, and all the rest to just make it hard? Microsoft would and has done the same thing to other companies in the past. So there is that angle. But I must say, Microsoft seems to be the one coming off a little desperate, not Sony. And this tweet, so TLOU Cheng Maservi, again, Activision Blizzard, tweets out a picture of a tweet saying, "The Last of Us HBO continues to prove that it can be the greatest video game to TV adaptation ever. I'm in awe." And then so she screen caps this and says, "Hi, FTC. Did you catch last night's episode of The Last of Us? It was incredible. No wonder the show is breaking records. It's a true blockbuster watched by tens of millions. If you haven't already, you should check it out. You may be particularly interested in the fact that The Last of Us is produced by Sony Pictures Television and PlayStation Productions. It's based on a best-selling video game developed by a Sony-owned studio and published by Sony as a PlayStation exclusive. Why does this matter? The FTC has opposed the Microsoft Activision Blizzard deal on the grounds that Microsoft could, quote-unquote, suppress competition from rival consoles by leveraging Activision's games. It sounds like there's some worry that Sony's position as market leader could be jeopardized by this deal, but there's no cause for concern. Sony has an unrivaled war chest of IP, not just in gaming, but TV, movies, and music, which can be developed into games or can market existing games. Case in point, the TV show The Last of Us is already generating renewed interest in that game. Sony's talent and IP across gaming, TV, movies, and music are formidable and truly impressive. It's no wonder they also continue to dominate as the market leader for consoles. In gaming, Sony is the first of us, and they will be just fine without the FTC's protection." I don't know
First of
why
us.
they thought this was a good thing to tweet. And I don't know why it's not being made fun of a lot more than it should. Because Lulu, you're talking about an IP Sony owns and made from a studio they own, going through a pictures pipeline that they own. They didn't buy any of it. I don't understand what this is supposed to be arguing. This seems to be making the exact opposite argument. Am I fucking crazy? Because when I saw this, I was like, I was surprised it was tweeted. I'm surprised it's still up. Because they're aggrandizing, like, this constant boosting of Sony as like this great thing that's beating them and destroying them and has so much more than them. It's like, it's kind of making you look stupid and desperate. You're pointing out the success of The Last of Us. That's a completely Sony created endeavor. I don't get it. I just don't understand what this means. Dustin.
Yeah, well, the funny part too is just to think about it. It's like, okay, well, Xbox has a major franchise that they built called Halo. And look how that turned out between its new games, its follow-ups, and also its TV show. You know what I mean? It's just like one of those things. It's like, oh, they in order to succeed, they have to buy something like The Last of Us, because clearly they couldn't handle it with their biggest IP, which should have been the easiest slam dunk ever. You know what I mean? It's just, I totally agree. I thought this was, especially the thing at the end in gaming, Sony is, quote, the first of us. That is one of the cringiest things I have read in a long time.
Yeah.
Just insane.
Yeah. What were you going to say, Chris?
No, I just I feel like I've read nothing. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like how many tweets is this? Is like 5 tweets or something?
Tweets,
and I feel like nothing was said the entire time. It's like a very bizarre. I don't even know how to react to this.
Well, because it's just, the Halo thing is a good example, but they didn't make Halo. They bought it.
Yeah, that's true.
So they nurtured it and made it into what it was going to be. But Halo existed before Microsoft owned it and was going to come out on Apple computers. So it's different from the word go, but I just feel like that there's no argument. This is a bad course of inquiry for them, because this is a bad place to attack them. What you're basically saying is they made these things from scratch, basically, bought into studios that they nurtured or created them from scratch as well, and then created something big. And we can't do that or refuse to do that, so we're going to go buy it. And then you're calling it to attention in this by saying, well, don't look how creative they are. They don't need, it's like, yeah, what are you doing? I don't get it. I don't understand what the point of this was. It looks stupid. And I continue to be dubious of a lot of the analysis about this deal, as the analysis has been widely wrong the entire time, as this seems to be getting deeper and deeper and deeper into, legalese and the gamesmanship that's being played. Because as Hogue would remind us, Sony can sit down and sign that deal now, and the FTC might look at that and be like, and the European Commission and others might look at that and be like, well, okay, they're okay with it. Maybe we're going to be okay with it. Although that wouldn't mean anything. But there's the risk that this goes through and Sony never inked that deal, and then they don't get anything. And I think Sony realizes that Microsoft cannot do that, because then it would prove that they were going to take it away the entire time. So I think Sony's strategy is that we have no reason to sign this, because if they really mean what they're saying, then they're never going to take it off of PlayStation regardless of what we say or do. And I think that's kind of crystallizing. That strategy is becoming more obvious. It seemed more risky when it was first happening. Well, it's like when you're you see like a criminal being tried and he takes a plea bargain because the plea bargain is better than him going through the trial and then losing, right? They're kind of in the plea bargain situation now, where they're going to go to trial instead. But I think Sony realizes that the penalty is not going to exist regardless of what happens, because if they take Call of Duty from PlayStation because we didn't sign that deal, then they would have fulfilled what we said they were going to do the entire time. So this might be like a 4D chess move. I don't know. But we don't have Hogue to talk about it right now, and hopefully we will soon. I don't know. I haven't checked in with him in a few days. I should do so. Okay. Real quick note, Jumping Flash, one of the random PS1 games available on PlayStation Plus, got a trophy sport. Now, trophy sport's just kind of going back, and it looks like they're cleaning up all of the missing games that don't have trophies, which is, or at least beginning to, which is good news. So I wanted to call that out. I was curious what you guys thought of this, that Epic is shutting down Rumbleverse. Iron Galaxy, the developer, on their website notes in part that, quote, at Iron Galaxy, we believe very strongly in the value of bringing people together to share meaningful experiences in games. Every single one of us is a gamer. It's what motivates us to create. With the announcement of the sunsetting of Rumbleverse, we want to share a more personal note with the players who have joined us in Capital City. And they go on to talk about how it's their hope that Rumbleverse might actually continue without Epic, who is the publisher and funder of it. These things happen from time to time. We just saw it happen in a very small way with the Tomorrow Children, the kind of aborted PS4 could-be game that went away and then came back with Q Games. I don't know. Did either of you play this, Chris? Are you interested in Rumbleverse? Or did you try it out? It's a little surprising to see it abandoned, but I think expectations for these kinds of games are just so high. There's no reason to keep them going if they're taking bandwidth from the ability to make just simply more money leveraging fewer games. I mean, that's the whole idea.
Yeah, no, I have never once been curious about this. It just looks like another one of those games. I think we even probably covered this on the show when it was announced, and it was just like, these don't really, unless they're breakout successes, and that's kind of a lot of that seems to be the strategy for a lot of these games. It's like, all right, let's put some money down on a bunch of different projects like this. One of them might stick, and if one of them does stick, then then that project will be monetizable to an insane degree that will justify the risk and all the money put into all the other projects that we have in development. And this feels like one of those things where it's just like, it didn't stick, so kill it. Yeah, like there's no way that people are passionate about Rumbleverse. Like, I'm sorry, is there a Rumbleverse podcast out there? Or a Rumbleverse YouTube channel? I don't think so. I don't think there's like Rumbleverse media where they're just like talking about all things Rumbleverse. Like, no.
What do you think, Dustin?
Yeah, this is a weird one in that Iron Galaxy is a really interesting team in that their last original game, because they mainly are a port studio. In 2018, they did a game called Extinction that I remember when I was working with Handsome Phantom, someone on our team reviewed. Real bad. The Metacritic on that is a 47 out of 100 on PS4. And this is their new original outing. And I don't know, I can't see any reviews, at least for Rumbleverse, so I can't speak to its quality, but something's going on where clearly it's either doesn't have the player base, or maybe this is an Epic Games related decision or something like that. But even some of their port work seems to be a bit, I don't know, they seem to be like up and down in some ways. Like looking at their recent stuff, Diablo 3 on Switch, that was a really good port. They also worked on Fallout 76. To what extent, I don't know. They worked on Fallout 4 VR for Windows, which was not very good. Skyrim VR, though, that was very good. So it's kind of all over the place. Their other most recent thing was Uncharted Legacy of Thieves collection for Windows. And I didn't hear about any problems with that specifically. But yeah, it's unfortunate that if there's people that really like this game, that it's going away. But again, when you have 1 million people chasing the same trend and looking the same way with only minor differences, most are not going to make it. And so this is one that fits in that most category.
Well, for people that are curious about the actual finer details, according to the Rumbleverse website, the game will go offline completely on February 28th, which is a Tuesday, 10 in the morning Central Time. And this is an important part. Quote, any player who has spent money on Rumbleverse is eligible for a refund of money spent on or in the game. This includes the purchase of a Rumbleverse Battle Pass or Brawlabills or on any platform. So make sure that if you've spent money there, you go get your money back from Epic. I think that's cool. They have plenty of money to refund the people. I think they also are counting on but most people are not going to go get their money back. But make sure that you go do if you can. And goodbye to Rumbleverse. We'll see if it lives with Iron Galaxy itself in the future. I wanted to point this out. Video Games Chronicle wrote a story. Andy Robinson, our buddy over there, says Capcom says it's set to sell a record number of games for a fiscal year. And it says, quote, in its latest financial results published on Monday, the publisher said it has sold 29.1 million games to consumers in the 9 months to December 31st, 2022, which is up from 25.8 million during the same period next year. And with continued sales of catalog titles, plus the release of Resident Evil 4 Remake scheduled for March 24th, a week before the end of its fiscal year, Capcom says it's expecting to sell more than 40 million game units, which would have been the highest ever in a year. Capcom expects 90% of these sales to be digital. And so that's a pretty big deal. And they say 75% of those sales will be made up of catalog sales, while 25% of those sales, or 10 million in cumulative total for the fiscal year, will be Monster Hunter Rise, Sunbreak, and Resident Evil 4 Remake alone. So shout out to Capcom as they continue to murder. Let's get that Onimusha game out, huh? Let's get that Onimusha game going. And finally, I wanted to ask you guys about this. Our friends at Push Square wrote about this, and Wild Hearts confirms free post-launch content. No microtransactions can be played offline. Chris, I wanted to ask you what you thought of this. This seems to be so smart.
Yeah.
To say, it's actually, it reminds me a lot of Guild Wars. Doesn't Guild Wars do this? The same thing where they just constantly support it. Like you buy it, it's not a subscription. And so then you play the product itself without having to worry about supporting it with microtransactions or subscription fees or anything else. This seems to be a wise way to compete. Make your money all at the top. And yeah, free post-launch content, no microtransactions. So no way to spend more money than the $60 or $70. It'll be on PS5, so $70. I dig it. I think it's its only chance too. So what do you think?
Yeah, I think this is great. However, we also have to acknowledge that, marketing is marketing. And, I am still reeling from Crash Team Racing coming out and then being like, there's no microtransactions. Don't worry. There's none of that. And then the game came out and then it got all this positive reception because it was so damn good for the very reasons that this sounds great here. Like, oh, hey, it's just a really fun game that you can play and enjoy. And then after all the reviews were in praising the game, they threw in the microtransaction element after. And I'm not saying that this is what the developers would do. However, it's EA. I don't think EA is as bad as they used to be. Certainly not. But no. I mean, it's still a big it's a big publisher. And I see no reason why they wouldn't throw this out there and be like, hey, guess what? This is a completely like no microtransaction game. There's going to be, there's no crazy nothing. You can play it offline, all this cool stuff. If Activision was able to do that for something like Crash, like why wouldn't EA? I'm not saying that's what they're doing, but it's worth noting that this is a very, very possible thing, especially because how many conversations have we had on this podcast about games being so expensive? How do you expensive to make specifically? How do they justify that then? Like, was this game just very cheap to make and they can what's the catch here? I hate to be cynical, but I've been given no reason not to be in the last decade, basically.
Yeah, that's fair. So that's totally fair.
So based on what we're hearing about this sounds fucking awesome. All about it. This should be absolutely the way most things work. And we're gonna be talking about some games a little bit later that benefit greatly from being designed in a time where this kind of microtransaction era, this always online era, where that was not a key focus. And they're fucking fantastic still. So yeah, I don't know. I hope this is true, and I hope they stick with that because Wild Hearts looks awesome. And it is something that I am really hoping is very, very good, and I hope they stick to their guns on this. But always be wary.
Indeed. Dustin, do you have anything you'd like to add about this story?
Yeah, just two quick things in that. In this Push Square article, they also mention, disappointingly, that there is a performance mode, which is great, but it is at 1080p from what it sounds like, which is disappointing. If you want to play at 4K, you're going to be bumping down to 30 FPS, which sucks. But it's worth pointing out, and this isn't new information, but I think it's very important and very positive information that is worth praising, is that this game has crossplay. And this is very important for this audience because they are currently suffering with Monster Hunter Rise and the lack of not only crossplay, but also no cross save. So if you played and put a ton of time in the Switch version, you are stuck there forever. You're never getting that save off of the Switch. And if you are really into this game and your friend picks it up on PlayStation 5, you're never going to play with them. Or if you're on PC or whatever, there's no way, there's no cross play at all, which for a game like this, I feel like is totally essential now in our modern time. Obviously, a few years ago, it'd be different, but I feel like it's essential now. So to see them being right up front saying, hey, it doesn't matter where you buy this game, you'll be able to play with your friends and all the content. You don't have to worry about your friend has this DLC pack and you don't or whatever. It just works from what it sounds like. We'll see when it comes out. Like Chris said, I think it's good to be skeptical of these things, but everything right now sounds really positive. So I'm getting more and more excited to check out this game.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Shout out to Omega Force. We'll see how this all does. Very unusual and interesting combination of Tecmo Koei, Omega Force, which they own obviously, and then Electronic Arts with EA Originals. I think they might have something here. We'll see. Like, I think there could be something here.
Yeah.
I don't know. So. They've done a really interesting job of marketing it. They're showing it off quite a bit, but they waited until the very end of the development cycle to even reveal it. It somehow never leaked. And it almost sounds unbelievable, actually. If you were to put that in front of me, I would be like, what? That doesn't make any sense at all. Not Koei Tecmo so much. That's one thing, but Omega Force. Obviously have some experience with Tukaiden, but in this environment, but are mostly known for their Musos, of course. Okay. I think that's it. That's all for the opening salvo of smaller news items that we go through. Let's get into the games we're playing before we get into the harder news. We're all playing the same thing. However, Dustin, you're playing something else. So we'll start with you. If you have anything to say about that other game, do so, and then I will take it back and read from the audience.
Sure. Yeah, I'm still playing Fire Emblem Engage, still enjoying it a lot. I just want to put out the suggestion. If you're starting out this game, you're going to get asked about, do you want to do normal or classic mode? So classic mode in Fire Emblem games, if a character dies, they're just dead. They don't come back ever. And I really regret starting on classic mode because it really has changed the way I have to play the whole game. It sounds like a positive, like make it more difficult, but the game gives you this ability to rewind and go back turns if you fuck up. It feels like this weird design mechanic that they realized that the classic mode didn't quite make sense in the modern way that Fire Emblem works. So I don't know. I just want to recommend, if you're interested in this game, which I got to say is totally awesome from a gameplay perspective. If you like tactical RPGs, this one fucking rules and I'm enjoying all of it. It's been really, really great, but I wouldn't recommend classic mode, but hopefully I'll be done with that. I think I'm a little over halfway through at this point. I've just been playing like 1 or 2 chapters a day usually, and just it's been good. I enjoy it. But this next game, Colin, to throw it over to you.
Yeah, I was going to say the rewinding time and moves thing. It's a Tactics Ogre Reborn Sitch.
Oh yeah,
2. So you'll see that there. Yeah, Gabriel SG wrote into us. Many people did. It said, CDC, I never played the original, but I am blown away by Dead Space. The atmosphere, the combat, and Metroidvania, etc. design have me completely hooked. Curious to hear what you guys think of the game. Well, the three of us are all playing Dead Space Remake from Electronic Arts and their fully owned developer Motive up in Quebec. And Chris, we'll go to you first. Let's hear what you think of Dead Space Remake, a remake of the wonderful 2008 survival horror classic.
Yeah, I adore it. I think Dead Space Remake might be this might be one of the best remakes I've ever played, bar none. This is up there to me with Resident Evil 2. It really is just so damn good. And granted, Resident Evil 2 had a lot more to, catch up to. That's a PlayStation 1 game versus a PS3 game. We've talked a great deal on many of our shows now, Constellation and even here. I'm sure on Divining Duke, I've talked about it as well, about how well the PS3 and 360 generation games generally hold up in comparison to generations before. I think the original Dead Space in and of itself holds up pretty remarkably well for a game that came out in 2008. It's now 2023. But there were certain parts of that game that, didn't age particularly well, particularly the zero gravity sections. There are turret sections and just general gameplay set pieces that were there to kind of spice things up a little bit in the original game that they didn't really have the finesse to figure out. And all of those weak spots of that already great game in this remake become highlights. And so it just elevates this original fantastic game into just this amazing territory. The fact that it never loads once after you load into the game the first time, and there's this new tram system, and there's new rooms, there's like side quests. I was actually really concerned when they said that Isaac would speak. That was something that caused me. It worried me a little bit, because that's a tricky thing to go back and change, especially about a survival horror game. And even that, I feel, is done really well. Like I'm enamored with this. I'm about 12 chapters in. I'm on the last chapter as we're talking about this now, and I'm eager to do this new game plus. Like, I'm excited to go through it again, because I forgot just how good Dead Space was, and I forgot just how awesome the Ishimura is as a location. It's like an all-time iconic horror location, in my opinion. It's like up there with the mansion. It's up there with all these like classic, like Silent Hill. Like, it's just so good, and the atmosphere, the sound design, the little details. Something I noticed too when you're outside in space and you're floating in the zero-G sections, which are so cool, by the way. There's ice that like gathers on your suit, and then like you go inside afterward, and then it melts away, and then your suit is like wet and it's like shiny. Just like all these little details. It is amazing. I don't even know what else to say about it. I'm curious what everybody else thinks, because I'm enamored with it.
Fair enough. Dustin, what do you think?
I have to go on a little rant here.
Oh, dear.
And it's important because I've had a bit of a revelation this past week. So I, in the past with EA games, have done the Colin Moriarty subscription move, which is you go, and on PC, you can sign up for EA Play Pro, which is, I think, $15 a month. So my plan was, Dead Space isn't that long of a game. I'm going to sign up for EA Play Pro, play it on PC, and then cancel. That's just what that was the plan.
Right.
And the problem is, this game, for me and many others, is fucked on PC. And this is a reoccurring problem in the PC space. Particularly, so this happened for me, this happened for our friend Jimmy, and another guy who, a friend of the show who listens and I play Call of Duty with a lot, our friend Justin, all have this stuttering problem in the game, where if you walk into new areas, that the game like hitches a little bit. And initially, I saw people online. I don't know if they're just kind of like gaslighting this situation, or if there's some copium going on with like, oh, it's not a big deal. It's just when you go into new areas. And I'm thinking, Dead Space is a game about hallways and going into new areas fucking constantly. So yes, there is hitching and stuttering in this game constantly. And it's weird because I've seen people that claim, and I don't know, everyone has their own experience or different things that they can pick up or not. So people are saying that they have no problem with this game. It's buttery smooth. But for me and the people I've talked to, it's not the case. It's really frustrating. This is an extremely common problem in the PC space. Games come out and they've got shader compilation issues, specifically Callisto Protocol recently had a big issue with this. And just tons of games in general coming out on PC, totally fucking broken. And you have to wait a few weeks. And some games they don't ever fix. Like Elden Ring on PC never really got fixed. So my revelation to tie this into our PlayStation podcast here is that I played up until chapter 3 on PC, like, oh, I can ignore it. It's fine. It's not a big deal. And I found myself only playing for like 25 minutes at a time. And I was like, this is really bothering me. I can't fix it. I don't know how to fix it. No one on Reddit or any online forum knows how to fix this if you're having this problem. And eventually I just said, fuck it. And I went to Target and I bought it on PlayStation. And I said, I'm done. And so I just and I posted a tweet about this, and I got a lot of really interesting responses of people the same thing as me. And people who listen to the show know that I kind of game wherever I want. PC, PlayStation, Switch, whatever. But it's really has changed my way of thinking about things, where I no longer really even want to consider PC, at least for games I want to play on launch at all, because of shit like this. And I'm lucky because I only did a $15 subscription. I'm out $15, whatever. But there's plenty of people that probably paid $70 and have a subpar experience with this game.
Mhm.
So the PlayStation 5 experience, particularly after the patch they did this weekend, because there was a bit of a weird issue where the game was looking real kind of like gross in dark areas related to like a variable rate shading thing. So they went and fixed that. But from my experience, I'm like, man, this game's awesome. It was such a liberating feeling because I had to play through those first few chapters again. And it didn't even feel bad at all because I was like, man, it looks so good. Such a great game. And I don't have to fucking think about it stuttering or if the DLSS is working or whatever. This is a big revelation for me, a very frustrating thing. But so now that that's all out of the way, this game's really awesome. Really, really good. And I realized that I had played more of the original than I had initially thought because I remember in the what's the gun where you have like a saw blade? Like
The Ripper.
The buzzer? Or what is it?
Yeah.
The Ripper, yeah.
Ripper, right.
I remembered that I had experienced that weapon in my initial playthrough. So I haven't gotten to that yet since I've had to play through the first 3 chapters twice now. But I'm loving it. It's totally awesome. I will say that I think that the game, some of its tricks, at least in the early chapters, have worn out on me. Where it's like, okay, if I see an enemy, there's probably about an 80% chance there's one behind me as well. And that kind of was a little annoying. And maybe they change it up later. So maybe that's not even really a valid complaint. But the thing that is really striking to me is how much this game is like BioShock. I don't see people compare it to BioShock very often. And I understand because obviously from a gameplay perspective, they're very different. But it's all about the the immersive storytelling, seeing the stuff written on the walls, getting the context clues of what happened, listening to the audio logs, and just like something deeply fucked up happened before I got here. And I'm in the process of figuring out what that is. I will say I don't particularly like, and this is common in all games that have this, is I'm annoyed when I have to stop and read something in a game. I know this is a very personal preference thing, but there's been a couple things where I'm like, that was really cool and interesting. I just wish it was conveyed to me in a way that didn't make me have to stop what I was doing in the middle of a game in order to read it. So that's just me.
But wouldn't that be, to be fair, wouldn't that be, I mean, that is a gameplay preference, but assuming this is taking place in real time, wouldn't he find that and then read it?
Yeah, sure. I'm not saying it's unrealistic.
Yeah.
I'm just saying I don't want to do that. Like, I'm in a flow of playing the game.
Yeah,
it's like, okay, and I'm stopping reading something.
Text documents have always been my least favorite thing. Like I love BioShock specifically because of its use of audio diaries and things like that let you continue on doing what you were doing and it doesn't interrupt the flow and you're still getting new information. And I think that's this I can't, like, they've remixed a lot of stuff here. It's not exactly a 1-to-1 remake of the first one. It's mostly, it's like kind of interesting because it's more than Blue Point, but less than Resident Evil 2. You know what I mean? Like it's just like it's definitely more substantive in the things that it changes than like Shadow of the Colossus remake or something like that. But it's not as reinventive as Resident Evil 2 is because there's just less to reinvent. The original game holds up very well. But there's remixes, and I don't remember there being this many audio logs in the original. I could be wrong. I beat the original many years ago. But there are things in this game that I both remembered and absolutely did not. And it's very cool. It's just I'm enamored with it, man. Like I can't wait to go through the New Game Plus with all my weapons and shit. And what I really adore about it too, specifically, is I forgot what a good job it did at like kind of fusing action and horror. Because I think Resident Evil 4 is like a great example of like one of the first real like, survival horror and action games. Like, but at the same time, Resident Evil 4 definitely leans into action far more than horror. It's not like it's not Resident Evil 5 level where you're punching boulders into volcanoes, but it's Resident Evil 4 also isn't very scary. It's tense, and there's an eeriness about it, but it's not where'd everybody go, bingo. It's very campy. It's very silly. And what I forgot about Dead Space is that like it's obviously I'm an adult. You know, I'm 30 years old. I'm about to be 30. I'm not. This isn't going to scare me, but it's so much more committed to that horror aesthetic and that horror vibe, and there is an eeriness throughout the entire thing. But you're also becoming more and more powerful and more competent throughout the entire thing. So it doesn't ever give way. Like the horror never gives way to feeling like you could just blast through an entire room, but it does encourage you to kind of face foes more head on as the later on you go. Like it's this great balance of horror and action that I don't think has ever really been matched in the same way, except for maybe Dead Space 2. It's been a long time since I played Dead Space 2. But it's fucking awesome. Like I'm loving this game.
I'm pleased to hear it. And I'm trying to look. Did I put this in the news? I don't think I did. I think I forgot to put it anywhere in here. The guys. Hold on. I want to make sure I didn't put this anywhere. No, I guess not. Okay. The producer and director of Dead Space Remake gave an interview with GQ. I don't know if you guys saw this, where they said that basically they have every intention of trying to do another one. And what it sounds like is that they're going to maybe spin it off from here. I don't know if they're going to go into Dead Space 2 and kind of try to retell or remake that particular game. I guess I should back up and say that. So I beat Dead Space back in 2008 when it came out. And then I beat it again in 2020, very early 2020, before the pandemic. Dagan and I did a knockback episode about it. So it's like kind of fresh in my mind. And what I will say is that, and I had to go look this up to be sure. I was like, this game is very different, right? Oh, it's the last writing question. That's what you were saying here.
Yeah.
Got it. I guess we'll use it now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, here it is. Oh, and I didn't italicize it. What am I doing here? I'm so OCD. There we go. Travis Martin wrote in and said, "Hey, CDC, longtime listener, first time writing in. I finally took the leap at the $5 tier, and I wish I had done it from the very start. Thank you. Not to my surprise, the Dead Space remake is out, and I have to say this is the greatest remake I have ever played since Resident Evil 2, and that's one of my highest regarded games to date. My question is, considering Motive have completely outdone themselves and know how to make a very solid Dead Space title, would you like to see them work on Dead Space 2 next Capcom style, or would you prefer a fourth entry in the series from them, perhaps a soft reboot of sorts, or to just continue from the end of their third game? I'd love to see either one. Love everything you do. Dead Space is back, my friends." I think the idea here, I think, should be to spin it off and do something different. Because I never played Dead Space 3, but I don't think it's that well regarded. I wasn't crazy about Dead Space 2 either. I felt like it lost a little bit of what made the first one special. I didn't beat it. I remember just being like, I'm not really into this. I'd have to go back and try it again. It's been a long time since I've done that. But I wanted to note that possibility is, there's a potential possibility of them continuing, and it looks like they will, because the game is being very well received. They clearly understand Dead Space. And the one thing I wanted to bring up, and this is what I was looking up and what I was saying before I interrupted myself, was the game's really different. Mm-hmm. It's not just a little different. Like the entire layout of the game is different. Like when I was playing it, I was like, what? I had to go look it up. I'm like, you're like going in different directions, doing different things. There are entirely different puzzles. There are entirely like the whole like removing the electrical bars and the fuses and all of that kind of stuff. That's not in the original game at all. The combat is awesome. Using your kinesis to launch like spears and stuff. That's all new. That's not in the original game.
Well, yeah.
I'm sorry.
I do want to say like a lot of that is because that was in Dead Space 2 apparently. This is again. I don't really remember a lot of Dead Space 2. I remember those little baby enemies that I thought were kind of cool. Oh
yeah, creepy, man.
But they seem to have taken a lot of even Dead Space 3. They like, because in this game there are side quests, and you know there's like a mission tracker, and that was something that was in Dead Space 3. I remember that because Dead Space 3 is not a very good Dead Space game, but it's a pretty good co-op shooter, to be honest with you. It's actually not even remotely
right.
bad.
That's what they were going towards, was like co-op and online play.
Yeah,
I think.
Yeah, they shouldn't have done that. But for what Dead Space 3 is actually not terrible. I would not want to see that happen again. But it's a pretty decent co-op shooter. But like that mission tracker is in from 3. The telekinesis and the way 0G works from 2 is in here. So it feels like just the definitive Dead Space. And there's definitely like different layouts. Like certain rooms are different. Certain puzzles are very different thanks to the way that Zero G works. The turret section is like way different and a lot fucking cooler. You know, but there are also 1-to-1 rooms.
Mm-hmm.
Like the very beginning is very, very 1-to-1, like that first room that you're in. And there are different areas that are, you know, iconic and
oh yeah, like that lounge room, right?
Yeah, the lounge is, I'm pretty sure, basically exactly the same.
Yeah, I was interested because I just was like, part of me is I play more games than the average bear. I think all of us do, and that's totally the way it goes. So when I think about it, I'm like, yes, I played it about 3 years ago, but God, that's 60 games ago, 70 games ago or something. I mean, you just kind of lose, just kind of washes over you after a while in my own repertoire. But yeah, I went and looked because I was like, this feels so different. I don't remember it being like this. And yeah, you're right. They took some elements from the future games, which is cool. It makes it more cohesive as a universe. And yeah, they gave Isaac a voice. They fleshed out some of the other characters, I think, a little bit more. The voice acting's different, the delivery's different, all of the rest. So in this regard, it's funny that they and again, I guess I wasn't paying very close or really any attention to it in its pre-release format. So I guess I maybe just didn't get this vibe, but I was looking at it and I was like, why didn't you make this, just call this Dead Space? And I know they did literally, but like not even worry about a remake. Say we're reimagining Dead Space the way Final Fantasy VII reimagines, although it's not quite as heady and meta. Final Fantasy VII Remake reimagines Final Fantasy VII. I just think that if anything, they did the game a little bit of a disservice. Now, I know a lot of people out there never played the original, so this is all new to them, but I just feel like that small marketing tweak, make it feel like it's the new beginning of something, not the question kind of going back, are we going to get the second one remade and all this kind of stuff now? That's my only complaint. The one thing that stands out to me above all else is the ambience, which is exactly what Dead Space, the original one, nailed. The lighting in this game is absurd.
Yeah.
Like it is.
That's awesome.
Now I'm playing in 60 frames. So what am I playing at 1440p or something, or even 1080? I don't know. But it looks great and it's scary. The game's scaring me multiple times. Mike is sitting on the couch playing Switch. I'm on my recliner, the dog's with us, wherever. And multiple times I'm like, oh shit. While I'm playing as something, because you're right, they do keep sneaking up behind me. I don't know why. I just don't get it that they're going to come from behind. But the one thing that you guys will find funny in my trophy OCD is that there's so impossible mode you used to have to unlock in the original Dead Space game. I think it might have been unlocked in Dead Space 2, but in the first game you had to unlock it, then you can play through it. And it's basically like the hardest mode. It's like a suicide mode basically. And so I was looking at the trophies and I'm like, man, the trophies are great, but it's annoying. You might have to beat the game like 3 or 4 times. So I was trying to make it easier. And I was like, I'm going to do impossible mode my first playthrough. And so as it's described, impossible mode is just hard mode plus permadeath. And the only way you can continue is if you die is to either immediately quit out, which you have to be really quick about it, which was what I was doing, or you simply have to accept that you died and then it puts you back into hard mode. And basically the only difference is that there's now checkpoints and you can save and all that kind of stuff. There's no checkpoints in impossible mode. You have to just save and hope for the best. So for the first 3 chapters, I was doing like a very slow grind of like, I'm playing in impossible mode. It's very difficult. I'm quitting the game, uploading my save to the cloud, doing, having a backup and all this in case something happens. Lo and behold, I get to the 4th chapter and I die in an explosion. Now, this is a weird thing, but if you die in an explosion in Dead Space Remake, you cannot quit out. So it automatically fucked my save up. So I was like, shit. And I was really disappointed because I had done a lot before putting my save into the cloud again. So I had an old save in the cloud. So I shut the game off, and then muscle memory. I go into the gear icon, go down to PS5 saves, click on PS5 saves, click on the Dead Space save and upload it, which is the usual motion, right? I'm usually not going to the cloud and downloading things. So I was like, I just completely fucked myself. I just totally fucked my save up. But then there was redemption apparently. And so I disconnected myself from the PSN because I'm afraid of a patch now. Because apparently if you quit out and accept the hard difficulty moving forward, you still get the impossible mode trophy at the end. And so that's just my own little OCD adventure with the Dead Space trophies. But overall, I think the game, and I also, there's and people might find this interesting. And I don't know if you guys know this, there's an infinite credits glitch It's a little bit annoying, but you can basically just manufacture as many credits as you want. And I'll tell everyone exactly how to do it. You take the pulse gun and you take 10 nodes and $5,000, and you go to the workbench and you strip the pulse rifle of all of its nodes, which costs $5,000 to put them back, right? So you have at least 10 of them. Then you go to each of the each of the cartridge size nodes, and you select one at a time. So you select one, you quit out. You take the gun, press R1, it shoots a mine. And then you press R1 again, it shoots another mine. And then you leave them on the ground, you go to the machine, you select the next upgrade, and it refills your gun when you do this. Then you go and shoot those again to the ground, the mines. Then you go and do this over and over again until your gun is maximally upgraded, spend the $5,000, purge the nodes again, collect all of the bullets, and you would have made about $10,000 in a few minutes. That's basically the whole cycle. So I did that. I have like $115,000 or something, I think, right now as well.
Colin,
in the game. Yeah.
Your pursuit of trophies has led you to exploit the game. You enter games journalism mode.
Is it game journalism mode? I'm playing on hard.
Here's the thing, Colin. I just want to point out about how you gave me shit for how I played Final Fantasy VII a few months back, saying I didn't really play the game.
Yeah, what did you do? You did something.
I used a lot of the limit breaks.
Oh, that's right. You use limit breaks. Yeah, that's not. Yeah, I mean, fair enough.
But you're getting a trophy. You will have a platinum trophy at this that other people earned in a way more difficult way. So you might as, I mean, is this comparable to, grab the snake or whatever the fuck these trophy games are?
Are you kidding me? No, it's not comparable. I still have to beat the game all these times. I still have to beat it in New Game Plus. I have to upgrade the suit all the way. I got to kill all these enemies.
You're not doing it the intended way. It's going to be it will be a trophy and a very difficult one, but there will be a hollow element to it.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I feel like I actually feel much more hollow about my Titanfall 2 platinum trophy since Chris got that for me. Because but I didn't feel bad about that as the story goes. And I think we did it on camera, was because I had 98% of the trophies. I'm like, this is just bullshit. I'm sorry. I beat the game on hard. I got all the collectibles. Leave me alone. What do you fucking want?
But
I hated that trophy.
Yeah. But
Chris, we need you to weigh in on this. Who is Colin doing something wrong with his exploitation?
No, I love exploiting games. But I will say though, I don't know, Dead Space is one of those special kind of like immersive kind of, like, it's such an ambient heavy and it really is a game that you benefit a great deal of, or you benefit a great deal from if you just kind of like let yourself really kind of. It reminds me a lot of Prey in that sense, where it's like it's very atmospheric. It's very much a game that benefits from you putting yourself in that world. And I do think, glitching money out of a fucking vending machine is. I would not want to play Dead Space that way, but I mean, I also love glitches though.
It's so funny. You just like at the end, you just have all these mines on the ground, and then you just go over and just press X, and you just pick them all up. Yeah, and then you go to the machine. Oh, so then you have to go to the machine. So you have to do this with a bench and a store nearby to each other. That's an important note. Then you go to the store and you just sell all the ammo. And yeah, you make about $10,000 when you do that per round.
I don't know. Like, I feel like, I feel like that would make it a little too easy. Like, I like the fact that I'll find myself in like a combat scenario with no ammo. And I just have to figure something out. Like, there's a lot of really clever boss encounters in this game too, where like you don't even necessarily. Well, I want to ask this: how far are you guys in?
I'm only in chapter 4. Yeah,
either chapter 3 or 4.
Okay, well, there are some really cool encounters with some enemies that happen later on where you can't. It's I don't want to spoil it because it's really cool, but like you have to use your environments in very, 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 very awesome ways. And I feel like you're only really going to think of that if you're in a situation where you're not particularly well stocked, as far as like, you know what I mean? It's like, ooh, I got to figure out some clever way around it. It is dope, man. Like I Dead Space. I already really, 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 really liked the original Dead Space. I always thought we've talked about it being, definitely up there with, Resident Evil and as far as like some of the best survival horror games. I think this remake undoubtedly, like it's undebatable now. Like I think this really elevates it to the point where it's like I kind of have a hard time seeing how, like, it would be very difficult for me to believe that Resident Evil 4 will come close to it as far as like a survival horror game. I think Resident Evil 4 Remake is going to be fucking awesome and it's going to be like really fun. But I mean, Colin says like this game it's scary and it never lets up on it. Like it never. There's this upgrade I got for the plasma cutter that lets you like melee. If you melee an enemy, they'll like immediately get knocked down. It's like one of the last upgrades that you can get. And it just makes you feel like a badass, but it's still like eerie and unnerving. And that's so cool. I love that combination of like, I feel so powerful and also I'm like really on edge. Like it's an awesome feeling.
Yeah, I'm playing with with the Power Pick spoiler free collectibles walkthrough as well. So that's going on the side, but that just tells you like to keep an eye for this next thing. This is where this thing is and so on and so forth. So it's not very disruptive. Yeah. It's not spoiling it for you. At least it's not for me. But yeah, as I understand, there's even a new boss fight or two, which I was surprised to hear. So I want to see how this all plays out. Another new addition, and I don't think this is a spoiler. I'm sorry if it is, but I don't think it is that there's a secret ending. And it requires you to beat the game twice. So there are other things that require you to beat the game in the meta game if you care, like the plasma cutter run gets you a trophy, being in impossible mode gets you a trophy, New Game Plus gets you a trophy. So there are certain reasons to play it again, but one of the things you can do in this game apparently is the second time through, there are collectibles that are only available in the second playthrough. And if you collect them all, then you get a secret ending, which my assumption is that would tease the next game, but I have no idea. So that's pretty interesting. But I also wanted to note that I think the combat is really fun. And I found, and again, another new addition, if I recall correctly, is the pulse gun's secondary fire is fucking gnarly. I mean, I don't know if you guys use that, but it's just a grenade launcher and it just destroys shit. It absolutely, completely powerful. Good shit, but love using the plasma cutter. Another combination I use is to use the stasis on an enemy and then go in and just melee them to try to save some. Like if there's a stasis machine around me, I won't even fire my gun. I'll just fucking freeze everyone and start meleeing them, go back, fill it up, freeze them all again. For the little enemies, I try to freeze them and just stomp on them instead of using my ammo. But go on.
There's a great gun that you get later. I don't remember exactly what you might have it. I kind of forget. I skipped a gun. I'm pretty sure.
I only have the pulse gun, the flamethrower, the plasma cutter, and the buzzer or whatever the cutter.
Okay, yeah. There's a force gun in this game.
Yeah. That
blasts the skin off of the necromorphs, and it's fucking so cool. It is. Because there's like almost a comedic element to it. Like, can you imagine like it's because it feels like a blow dryer for like a really like high impact blow dryer for a half second that like all your skin's gone and then like all the limbs are weak and then you could like quickly like plasma cutter pop and you can get them in one shot. But yeah, the combat is awesome. I definitely don't remember the combat being this good.
No, it wasn't.
And I don't think it was.
No,
quite frankly, I think it was definitely like one of the lesser. It was fine. It was entirely not. It wasn't bad at all. But this is like next level. Like I think a lot of the guns have different alternate fires now. Mm-hmm. I know the pulse gun has that. I know the force gun has a different alternate fire. I think the plasma cutter and the ripper are the same. But just all of these new additions are so like the telekinesis with the spikes.
I love that, man.
It's awesome.
Yeah, I've been carrying around like there's table. I realize that you can destroy those tables in the environment and their legs become those spikes. And when I realized that, I was like, holy shit. And so I've been like, I go into rooms sometimes carrying one, like when I don't know where I'm going. So like when one enemy appears, I just fucking fire it right at them and they just fly into the wall. It's super cool. And so there was a section of the game too, where a lot of times you're in parts of the ship and it's very predictable Dead Space stuff where you press a button and it's like, decontamination mode or whatever. And then you have to fight all these enemies as they come out. And then the room lets you go into the next place. That happens over and over again. But there was a part where there were these red explosive containers and I gathered them all into the center of the room before I triggered the enemies, and then I would just stand in the middle as they came from the different corners and just telekinesis the canisters into the various as the enemies came. And it's fun. It felt strategic, but it is scary, man. Like, I really do think this game is quite frightening. And I don't know why that is. Maybe it's because it's moving at 60 frames. Maybe it's because it's beautiful. The lighting's beautiful. The modeling's beautiful. The voice acting's really well done. The writing, of course, is on point. The story is great. I mean, it's the same story as the first one, but I love the story. I love religion and space and horror. It's just good stuff.
It's the same story from the first game. It's a little bit more fleshed out. It's cool, man. And I do think those combat areas I remember in the first game were like really frustrating because the combat wasn't nearly as fun. But now it's like you're locked in a room with quarantine. And it's scary, but it's really fun too. It's like that's a great combination. Like I haven't felt that in a long time. Like sincerely, like I have not felt scared and like badass
aroused
at the same time. Yeah, aroused.
Right.
The one thing I will say, like
Scaroused.
I think I don't know, man. I'm just I can't wait to go through this game again. It is so damn good. Like really honestly, like sincere, like massive props to EA Motive, because I know that this is like it's really tricky to go back and remake a game like this and reimagine certain things that people might be a little bit more unwilling to budge on. And the fact that they seem to know exactly where to draw the line. They seem to know exactly what to add. They seem to know exactly where to let the original game speak for itself. They knew exactly where to like make improvements and not step all over the original design. It's really fucking good. And it's like I know this kind of conversation gets a little tricky when we talk about, you know, Game of the Year contender and like, do remakes count? I think this absolutely counts.
Yeah, I would agree.
Absolutely. Like, this is an easy early Game of the Year contender for me. Like right off the bat. Because it shows a really, really keen eye for design, development, and restraint. And just hats off to the team, like sincerely. Like, this is awesome.
Yeah, well said. I agree with you. It's different enough to definitely categorize itself as a new game. It is not The Last of Us Part 1. I think and again, it's no disrespect because it's 15 years ago. We have so many new people playing games and people that never played Dead Space to begin with. I just don't think a lot of people know that it's so different from the original. Yeah. I just don't think they know, but it is. It's not a 1-for-1 remake, not even close. And I dig that. And I again, that's my only complaint is that they probably maybe could have marketed it more like that. And I think it would have maybe been more interesting to more people. But I think it's going to sell very well. It's obviously a critical darling. And we'll certainly see another one from EA Motive. You have to assume in 20... Games are being made quicker now. Like, there are some AAA games getting out in 3.5 years again. So maybe we see this in 2026, especially because it's early in the year. All right, my friends. Well, go check out Dead Space Remake. It's available on PS5 right now. Dustin's one of 5 people to buy it in person.
Yeah.
All right, let's get into the news. There's actually quite a few items that we need to get through. Some really interesting ones too. Let's start with this. Number 1, Sony's recent financial reports show a strong company and a very strong PlayStation brand. Indeed, PlayStation 5 had its best quarter of sales in its lifetime during the October through December period of 2022, with 7.1 million consoles sold to consumers during those 3 months, bringing cumulative PS5 sales to 32 million in 25 months. PlayStation 5, of course, launched in the fall of 2020. This brings Sony's fiscal year sales of PS5 to 12.8 million, which represents an increase of nearly a third over the previous year. Sony's fiscal year ends March 31st. As noted by website Video Games Chronicle, Sony notes in its financials that Sony is actually increasing its sales goal of PS5 for the fourth quarter and therefore the entire fiscal year. They expect to sell 6.2 million more units between the beginning of this past January to the end of March, bringing cumulative PS5 sales for the fiscal year to 19 million, a million north of original projections. And if you're curious, yes, at this place in time in the PS4's life cycle, so by early 2016, 38 million PS4s were sold. Take from that what you will, but note that PS5 is both more expensive and has been far, far scarcer. Within the finer details, according to website Push Square, Sony openly totes that the gap between PlayStation and Xbox actually seems to be widening, and there could be a 10 million consoles sold difference between the two families already forming this generation. Monthly active users on PSN are up 30%, and 30% of PS5's users never owned a PS4, which is actually an incredible stat. As part of the financial report, and as outlined by website GamesIndustry.biz, Sony will also have a new president as of April 1st. Hiroki Totoki, Sony CFO, will slide into the president role on that date, with current president Kenichiro Yoshida maintaining his place as CEO. None of this affects PlayStation, of course, which is still helmed by Cryan Jim, with software still led by the likes of Herman Holst and Scott Rohde. Okay, Dustin, let's go to you first. PS5 sales, 32 million in 25 months. The comparison to PS4 is a little soft, but I think that it matters. About 6 million off. I think it matters, though, that it's much more supply constrained. The economy is not good. And then there are other material differences, too. But I think they're right on track for a 100 million selling console, actually.
Yeah, for sure. And as we have talked about, the PS5 is just so much more available now. In fact, when I was buying Dead Space at Target yesterday, I think they had 4 of them at least out front. They may have even had more in the back or something like that. So they are available. So my biggest question then going forward, is we're talking about the comparison between PS4, is that Sony knew that this was going to be supply constrained. And that's why we saw the course change between Jim Ryan saying we believe in generations to now 2 years later, we're still seeing, cross-gen games. And so now that the PS5 is available, it's time to break off the PS4. It's time to put it out to pasture and let it go. Put it out of its misery at this point. Not that they shouldn't support it at all, but it's time for their big AAA marquee releases to only come out on PlayStation 5. In fact, I wonder if they're kind of thinking like, man, God of War, which was, and obviously they're probably very, very happy with the sales, but they probably could have sold a lot of PS5s if it was only available. Kind of would have been a nice jump start into this era where we have PS5s totally available, from what it seems like, to anyone who wants one, at least in the United States. I'm not sure about the rest of the world, but it seems like it's only up from here as long as they can continue to deliver these big, big titles. And in particular, the one this year with Spider-Man 2 is going to be insane. I would imagine that is going to move so many systems come this holiday. I think we're going to be looking at a very different picture this time next year.
Yeah, this is going to be a big year for PlayStation, I think. And on the back of many big years for PlayStation, the brand is very strong. Chris, there's something interesting, though, that I wanted to ask you about. Monthly active users, they report as being over 100 million, very healthy. But what does that tell you about PS4? That many people are still using their PS4s. And in fact, if you look at the statistics, way more people are using their PS4s than using their PS5s to constitute that monthly active user. So the PS5 is selling briskly. Games seem to be selling very well, but there's this lingering issue behind the scenes that might limit their total sales potential. I often think about when I used to go to visit my brother and record Knockback, when we used to do it in person, they were still using their PS3 in their living room. This was to stream. This was 2019, maybe. So it's just like there's going to be a lingering, and there's probably still people that are watching fucking DVDs on their PS2, people that don't care about anything like that. So what do you think about that particular angle, that the PS4 still lingers and looms pretty large, which the PS3 simply didn't?
Yeah, I mean, it is a tricky situation to kind of outshine something that was kind of like a massive success. But I mean, it's a good problem to have. In my opinion, you still have people engaging with the ecosystem. And at this point, we're starting to get games that are, more dedicated to the new hardware. Spider-Man 2 is not going to be a PS4 game. No. And going forward, I think we can expect that most of these games are not going to be either. And there's going to be a lot more incentive for people to kind of show up. And there's also maybe the additional fact of there could be a lot of people who are, not even necessarily in the games side of things, who are just using their consoles as media hubs. I know my parents use my Series S at home as their main hub. And they're an active user, mm-hmm. and they don't really engage with games at all. And it's not necessarily that that's a problem. It's just a matter of your machine has now infiltrated a wider market. And so, yeah, you're going to have a lot of people who aren't going to move on because it's just, generally speaking, they're not really interested. Doesn't mean that the people who are interested aren't going to move forward because there's so many people still on PS4. Those people are still going to come. The PS5 is going to sell a ton this year if it's available. Because ultimately that's what matters to Sony. That's what keeps, the money coming in, the subscriptions, the game sales, all that. And so I don't know. I understand why it might seem a little bit like, ooh, there's a lot of people still playing on PS4, but I really do think there's a lot of nuance there. And I think games coming out purely on PS5 are still going to do very, 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 very well. I think Spider-Man 2 is going to sell a stupid amount.
Dude, I mean, we're going to talk about God of War sales in a minute. If God of War sold as much as it just did, I can't even imagine how many copies of Spider-Man is going to be. Although God of War was on PS4. So we'll see.
Right.
Yeah, right.
But I don't know, man. I'm bullish. I mean, because by the time Spider-Man comes out, we assume there's going to be maybe something along the lines of 50 million PS5s in the wild. So I think it's going to do very healthy. I mean, 10 million, a fifth of the users, I can imagine that being a reality for sure. I want to part with this before we go to the next issue here. Joe Perez wrote in and said, "Greetings, boys." And remember, you can write in on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. Just use the weekly threads in the news feed for your various shows. Push Square has run an article stating that PlayStation 5 is actually outperforming Xbox Series X consoles in the States at a ratio greater than the PS4 against the Xbox One at the same point in the previous generation. How can this be? I and many others have noticed that Xbox Series consoles, particularly the S, were widely available at retailers for some time. Are we seeing the results of a carefully and well-laid plan on Sony's part here? I've noticed recently that PlayStation as a brand seems more ubiquitous now than any time I can remember. Thanks for what you do. It seems that way, doesn't it? And I saw this Xbox data too, and I assume the veracity of it because Push Square is a very reliable website that would go into the financials and glean this information. However, I don't know how they could possibly, like Sony. So the NPD counts software and hardware sales, and they release the data in a list. And we can kind of glean data by comparing what we know to what we don't know, right? And that's usually how we figure out where games place. But behind the scenes, you can pay the NPD a 6-figure sum every year, and they'll give you all the numbers. And we used to, like I've said, had this at IGN, and it's really fun to go through and see like what games are popping up, like some random PS2 game will sell or some random Dreamcast game will sell one copy and all that. And you get to see that kind of stuff. It sounds to me like Sony is privy to the hardware numbers too, which we aren't, because and this is true. Microsoft hasn't spoken in depth about hardware numbers since the Xbox 360 era. We don't even know how many Xbox Ones were sold at all. They never said. And so a lot of these numbers come from interesting data, like when EA says there are 130, just as an example, 130 million next-gen units. It's like, okay, well, we know how many PS4s are there. So now we can figure out how many Xboxes have sold. This is the way we've historically figured out this data. My feeling on this, Joe, goes into what you were saying about the ubiquity, and I think the respect PlayStation has. Like, there's just something about the brand that I think people are really connecting to, and it is very surprising that they, if anything, seem to be maybe even widening the gap with a resurgent Xbox. I think it shows maybe a little bit of loyalty to a console. I think maybe it shows a little bit of how much exclusive games matter, which Xbox simply just does not have. And I think that matters a great deal. And if you're willing to kind of pay for your a la carte games versus, the very tantalizing prospects of using Game Pass as a cheap way to play games. This is why I don't know if you guys saw, I was so surprised to read, like, did you guys see the news about the Coalition, the Xbox studio?
No, what happened?
They apparently canceled 2 games at the Coalition, and they're now directing their focus on the next Gears of War game. So it's just like massive mismanagement of these teams and these IP. And as this continues, or if it's not remedied, then the gap's going to widen. I mean, it's probably that simple. I just don't think Game Pass is. It's not that I don't think, it's obvious that Game Pass alone is not a compelling enough reason for people to own these machines. There's got to be more. And so that could be, Joe, one explanation of why the gap is widening, which is very surprising. And I don't know that that's going to last either. I suspect Starfield's going to be good, if not great. I think that's going to push units, and we'll go from there. See what happens. All right, my friends. Number 2. Sony-owned developer Santa Monica Studio revealed that its recent game, God of War Ragnarok, has surpassed a staggering 11 million copies sold. Having only launched in the second week of November late last year, Ragnarok is already more than halfway towards reaching the last number 2018's rebooted God of War reached, at least publicly, 20 million. However, that number hails from 2021 and is likely itself substantially higher now. Ragnarok has seen no sales, and it costs $70 on PS5, while on PS4 it costs $60. So, splitting the difference and putting each unit sold at $65, God of War Ragnarok has grossed roughly $700 million for PlayStation, several times its development and marketing cost. It is therefore a major commercial success story and a string of them for Sony's first-party offerings. 2018 Spider-Man is well beyond 20 million sold between PS4 and PS5, with its follow-up Miles Morales toting similar numbers. Uncharted 4 is also in the 20 million sold range, as is Horizon Zero Dawn, and between PS3, PS4, and PS5, the original Last of Us as well. As for what's next for Santa Monica Studio, it's unclear. The developer has been explicit that Ragnarok will receive no DLC or expansions, and the so-called Norse arc of the franchise is now also done. The studio, founded in the waning days of the PS1 era, released its first game, Kinetica, on PS2 in 2001. In 2005, however, it launched God of War and has made nothing else since, I should say. Dustin, God of War Ragnarok, 11 million copies sold, $700 million gross. I think that's conservative. It's probably closer to $800 million, depending on the balance of games sold between the two. This is all profit. I mean, it's not all profit. They don't have to rather have the split, the 30% split with a publisher or a platform holder. They're all being sold for them, mostly digital, so no even split with retail vectors. They are raking in money. And the thing that I don't know, I see something like this and I'm like, people will buy games if they are good and have buzz and all of this. It doesn't matter what's going on elsewhere. They're going to buy them. This is a lot of copies. And I couldn't believe it when I saw it, actually.
Yeah. Well, and I think this tells me more than anything, obviously from what we've seen, is that Sony is open to teams doing new things and trying new stuff. But with how I'm trying to remember who it was at Santa Monica saying that we're totally fine being the God of War team, that a success like this tells me
it was
that
Eric Williams that said that, the director.
Yeah. Success like this tells me that we are going to get a new God of War game that's in the line of this new rebooted God of War. And I don't know, to me, I think that is like a healthy amount. If we have 3 old games, there's the one in between game that people try to forget about, Ascension or whatever. And then we would have 3 new games. And I think that would be a healthy place to put it at. And especially, as I was saying earlier, if they're doing a God of War TV show, I think between that and the huge success of this game, they're going to be like, yeah, let's do another God of War game. And
yeah,
obviously they said the Norse line is over, but that doesn't mean that this story is over. It just means that the Norse aspect is done. And we've talked, particularly on our spoiler cast, I recommend listening to that. We talk about our different ideas on where God of War can go in the future. But yeah, I think this is cool. This is very exciting. And I think it's well-deserved just because it was a really, really great game. And so obviously you want to see good games succeed.
Indeed. Highly recommended. Highly recommended. Chris, what do you think? God of War, 11 million sold, doing great. What are we going to see next, etc.?
Yeah, I'm kind of in agreement with Dustin. I think we're going to get another one. I think the existence of a TV show implies a new game, like inherently. Yeah. Like it's happening with Twisted Metal, presumably. It's happening with Ghost of Tsushima, presumably, and if it's happening with God of War, you can only assume that there's going to be another God of War game. It didn't happen with The Last of Us, but it technically did also, because The Last of Us Part 1 is very clearly the beneficiary of a fantastic reception to their HBO outing. So like it seems to me that where there's a TV show, there is a game in some capacity. Whether that will be a proper sequel or not, that remains to be seen. Maybe they'll try and synchronize it with the PC port. I don't know if that's necessarily enough. But I would have to imagine that a success like this, especially under PlayStation's kind of new guiding tendency of, just kind of I don't want to say milking, but damn close. I feel like there's no chance. There's no way in hell they look at 11 million units sold in this amount of time and don't want more of it. I think the days of, you know, Sony and PlayStation specifically being like, that's enough. I think that's kind of in the past at this point.
Yeah, and you have to ask yourself, you're probably right, I think, and you have to ask yourself, that's certainly the wise fiscal move and fiduciary move, but is it even the wise move for the audience? Like, the audience is telling you they want this. Maybe moving on isn't what they want you to do at all. I personally do, but I think, Eric Williams, you're very right about the God of War studio comment that was said earlier, just because maybe that was a little bit of a laying of the groundwork. They probably have an idea of what they're going to do next, or at least the ideas that they can go in, the directions that they can go in. So it might be foolish for them. I mean, if they're selling 25 million copies of their games, I would probably want to be in the God of War studio too. You know, it's like, okay, I mean, we're obviously doing something right here. Teams would die to sell this many copies of their games. And by the way, The Last of Us Part 2 took about a year to sell 10 million copies. So it's pretty interesting to see the difference there as well. So congratulations to Santa Monica Studio. Really good game. Highly recommended. I'm sure all of you have played it by now. Okay. For this next one, I told you guys earlier I was going to spoil a game, and I'm going to do that now. It's Uncharted 4 is the game we're going to talk about, and the ending of that game. So if you want to skip ahead, I would skip ahead a little while. I don't know if Dustin's going to put something on the screen maybe now or whatever it is, but just want to note that we're going to spoil Uncharted 4 now as part of this news item because it's important. Number 3. In a new minute-long live-action ad for PlayStation 5, Sony blatantly teases a very specific unannounced could-be game, which will be obviously recognizable to anyone who beat the last iteration in a certain series. The ad is called Live from PS5, Bringing You the Extraordinary, and it can be found on PlayStation's YouTube channel. Within, a fake news program brings presumably incredible scenes to the viewer, showcasing the likes of Spider-Man 2, Horizon Forbidden West, God of War Ragnarok, Final Fantasy 16, Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart, and Gran Turismo 7, mostly with real footage, though often spliced with game footage. Then, during a quicker end sequence, something particularly interesting is seen, but for a fleeting second. An unknown female character holding a torch walking through a cave. In another quick shot a few seconds later, we see the same woman blowing dust and dirt off of an unknown artifact. Now, every game shown during this advertising spot is known, and indeed all of them except for 2, Spider-Man 2 and Final Fantasy 16, are already available. Other games teased in this more rapid end sequence include Returnal, Ghost of Tsushima, Destiny 2, Stray, The Callisto Protocol, and The Last of Us Part 1. But this one isn't, and people logically think this is an ode to Uncharted, specifically to a game taking place after Uncharted 4 at Thief's End, which came to PS4 in 2016. Now, this is where the spoilers come in. So if you've all been warned out there, at the end of Uncharted 4, there's an epilogue. During this epilogue, which takes place roughly 15 years after the events of the game, during this epilogue, which takes place roughly 15 years during the events of the game, in the epilogue, players play not as Nate, but as his daughter, Cassie. It's a brief scene at their home in a tropical beach setting, in which players ultimately, as Cassie, discover the insane hidden past of her parents, which we saw in the Uncharted games. Thus, the presumption has long been that should the franchise ever continue into the future, it would continue with the player assuming the role of Cassie. This footage seems to be an overt reference to that. One thing's for sure, we don't know what game this is that's being teased, but dollars to donuts, it's Uncharted. The question that remains, who's developing it? Rumors linger of a remake of 2007's original Uncharted game, Drake's Fortune, on PS3, and names like Bend Studio and the mysterious San Diego-based visual arts teams have been bandied about as well. Chances are we're going to find out what this is sooner rather than later, likely this year, and perhaps in time for Uncharted to sneak back into the picture. The last we saw of it in terms of new content was in 2017, when The Lost Legacy came to PS4. Of course, the film came out last year. Very, very important point here is that Naughty Dog recently noted that they have moved on from Uncharted. That timing of saying that is not a coincidence based on this ad, which they knew was going to light knowledgeable people up as to what it clearly is teasing. Rich Price wrote into us on Patreon and said, "Good day, gents. So what did you think of the PlayStation TV spot? Is this a step in the right direction towards a more fun and playful approach to marketing from Sony? I thought the premise was great and had a mixture of familiar IP, upcoming exclusives, and some huge Easter eggs. Even if the game that can only be the next Uncharted was expected, it's still big news to have it confirmed. Thanks as always, and keep up the great work. Chris, we'll go to you first. I'm down. I've said since I first beat Uncharted 4 that they were setting it up for an obvious adventure with Cassie as the protagonist, and I think now is the time. And I think Uncharted can come back. I think it's rested a little bit. And it's another one of those franchises that just sells so many copies that you would maybe be foolish ignoring it, not for doing the same thing over and over again, because it's what the audience is telling you it wants. So I don't know if you have any thoughts about the larger ad, and you can share those, but I'm curious what you think about the blatant teasing of an Uncharted game with Cassie.
I mean, I think it's fun. I think it's an interesting way to go about it. I'm mostly just curious about who is working on it. That's like my main, because we just don't know at all. But I will say I do want to touch on the ad most of all, because finally we have some marketing that is kind of cool. Like it's playful, it's fun, it's clever. I think it's like a really like fun premise and a fun like vehicle to kind of like the idea of like news broadcasts. And this reminded me of oh my god, what was that? It was like a PS3 ad from a long time ago where there were a bunch of like PlayStation characters in a bar. And I think it was like the player.
That's right.
Like
Yeah. That was during the PS4 era. Yeah.
This reminded me of that. Not obviously in style or it's obviously a very different premise, but it was very playful. It's very fun. It's exactly the kind of thing that PlayStation needs to do with their marketing. I think this is the most fun PlayStation ad I've seen in a long time. And I thought it was awesome. And as far as like the new Uncharted game, we'll see how that goes. I wonder how far away this is from like, it's in this ad, so you have to presume it's at least relatively close, because I don't know if they would risk advertising. I don't know if PlayStation would risk advertising something that's not at least in some way tangibly real already. They're not necessarily the type of guys to tease something before it's officially happening, unlike Microsoft over there. But I think I don't know. What would you want to see out of that? Like, because when I think of like, oh, Uncharted, but it's a woman, I kind of think of Tomb Raider. You know what I mean?
Yeah, totally.
Full circle.
So I'm kind of it's interesting to see like what would essentially be a Tomb Raider.
I think if anything, I mean, at least from my perspective, Lara Croft had changed though over time to where Tomb Raider has become the more serious, grounded franchise, and Uncharted has become the funnier, quippier sort of thing, you know. So that's what I would imagine it would be, is, and I want that. I think there's something so undeniably attractive about Uncharted, and it was like especially for a lot of people, Uncharted 2, but even Drake's Fortune, these were like some of the first truly cinematic experiences we ever had. You know, I remember when Uncharted 2 came. Uncharted 2 is probably one of the most important games PlayStation ever made, as far as the viability of its own products and its own, like, that's when people really started paying attention to first party. As I've said many times, first party wasn't really relevant until about 15 years ago. You had God of War and Gran Turismo and a few other things, but it was really more about third party partnerships and a lot of second party exclusives. And so Uncharted really did a lot for that. And so maybe it's time to revisit that heritage. I don't know. Dustin, what do you think? Are we going to meet Cassandra Drake?
It certainly sounds like it. And just one quick note about this ad. I love at the beginning that the newscasters, their desk is a giant PS5. At the very beginning.
Yeah. It's ridiculous.
It's funny. I like it. And I think this ad, you know, I saw people talking about this in our Discord. Like, oh, is this teasing an Uncharted? And this was before I knew anything about the ad. I was like, bullshit. They just put weird marketing shit in these ads. It's nothing to read into, right? And that was just me being ignorant because I knew nothing about the ad. And then I watched it, and I know you covered this in the when you did the write-up, but I think it's worth emphasizing that every shot of this is referencing a very specific game or IP or whatever. And so it's it's very clearly intentional that there is this shot of this girl. It's not just like something that marketing threw in. If it was a horrible decision. It makes no sense they threw it in. So yeah, it's very intentional. But I think that I'm very curious about, like you said, who is doing it. Is this a new Bend thing, right? We know that they were kind of working closely with Naughty Dog. Maybe it's them. Maybe it's the team that worked on The Last of Us Part 1 initially.
Bend made an Uncharted game as well, so they're the only team that make an Uncharted game other than Naughty Dog ever.
Yeah, fantastic point. And so overall, I like this idea. I like the idea of maybe the story is her figuring out a lot more about her dad. Maybe there's some unsavory things that she figures out about what her dad did and the impact that going and plundering treasure can have.
Yeah, my dad's a mass murderer, actually.
Yeah, and like an antiquities thief, the greatest antiquities thief of all time.
Right. So I think it's cool. I think it was a cool way to tease it. I wonder when they're going to announce it, just because we have such a quiet Sony right now. Is this a tease that we're not going to see anything until closer to summer around E3 time, where we kind of would expect some kind of showcase or something like that? It's hard to say.
Yeah, I agree with very well said all of that. And one thing you said in particular, I agree with entirely, which is that there's no way that this isn't intentional. This is, and that's why I've been doing this for a long time. Like, you can just see Naughty Dog saying we're done with Uncharted. This causes people to not assume or ask about the project they're working on that's not Factions, which I think is The Last of Us Part 3. I mean, who knows? But they're not doing it. They made it very clear. I feel like that timing isn't coincidental, and there's just no way marketing would put that into the commercial without. It's not like it's just like someone just made graphics or something. That's film. That was written and filmed and shot and edited. They're blatantly. I mean, I feel like it is categorical that is Uncharted. I don't know what else, or something totally new, but I don't know why you would do a new adventuring series when you have an Uncharted already. So I think that's Cassandra Drake and Cassie Drake. And I think, I don't know who's making it. Visual Arts or Bend, I would assume, is the one making it. And date, like you said, they're showing it now. Could it be this year? I don't know about that. Whoa. 2025, I would assume I'm sorry, 2024, I would assume is a lock. If it, we just don't know what's going on this year. I assume Helldivers is going to be this summer. Then you go into Spider-Man, but we need something else probably. Yeah, who knows? You were going to say something, Chris?
No, I was going to say, like, you think 2024 is a lock for Uncharted?
Yeah. If not, it seems like Dustin had noted, these are, and I had written out, these are all games we know about all these games, and except for two of them, they're all out. So it would be weird to tease something so far away, The games that they're teasing that aren't out, Spider-Man 2 and Final Fantasy 16, both this year. So,
yeah, I mean, you're right, but we also have, maybe, but like, when was the first trailer we saw for Spider-Man 2 and Final Fantasy 16? Like, what?
That was the year the console came out, right? 2020, maybe 2021. Oh, look.
So what I mean is, like, Spider-Man. The timeline between seeing this small tease and the release of the game, I would imagine, is a little bit further off than 1 year. You know what I mean? Like, we would have had some semblance of like a proper trailer or something by now. Like, not like a proper like, oh, here's gameplay, but a teaser trailer directly linked to this product that isn't just kind of like this thing that's tucked away in an ad. I think the fact that this is tucked away in an ad means that it's actually a little bit further away. I think I would bet next year is when we would hear about it. Or maybe we would see it running maybe for the first time, maybe next year. But I think it's a 2025 game, personally.
It would be interesting. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No. I mean, just based on, this is not usually how you unveil something, Yeah,
I'm trying to find. So for Spider-Man 2, the game was revealed in September of 2021. For Final Fantasy 16, it was announced, it doesn't say, maybe in 2020. Development began in 2016. So it's probably, and the timing, I mean, in my own mind's eye, we don't really know the full details of what's going on behind the scenes, obviously, with the first parties, but it seems like Bend just entered production with whatever they're doing. I feel like this is probably that San Diego team, Visual Arts. Like what will end up being a new team. Or maybe it'll be part of San Diego studio that already exists for the MLB The Show, although I think that would be confusing and weird. So we'll find out soon enough, but spoilers over, I guess. We'll see what happens with this. I want to call this, I want to tease this though when we're putting this out. I don't know how to do it without, do we assume that everyone's played this game? I think it's still a little too new. You know?
Yeah, I wouldn't.
Yeah, I'm
playing the safe side.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see here. Number 4. PlayStation VR 2 is set to launch on February 22nd in just a few weeks, but recent reporting from a typically reliable source indicates that not all is well with PSVR 2. Then again, Sony completely disputes this reporting, so who knows what's true. Here's the scoop. Publication Bloomberg reported that Sony, quote, halved its forecast for shipments of the PSVR 2 this quarter to about 1 million units, said people familiar with deliberations. Sony has previously aimed to have 2 million headsets ready for the launch quarter and leveraging its second generation headset to drive user growth and adoption of VR, end quote. The story later notes that, quote, the company now plans to ship around 1.5 million units between April and March next year, though that figure may be adjusted further in response to demand, end quote. Now, this is what Sony disputes, but this is what Sony disputes, but before we get into that, there's actually a fairly shocking statistic later in the Bloomberg piece, quote, the market is currently dominated by MetaQuest Range with nearly an 85% share. Sony does not rank among the top 5 providers, and its first generation PSVR has failed to secure even a 1% share, end quote. The original PlayStation VR unit launched in the fall of 2016 and was at one time the most popular V unit ever released, but that's now years beyond being true. As for this cut in expected shipments of PSVR 2, Sony PR told website gamesindustry.biz that the company has, quote, not cut PlayStation VR 2 production numbers, end quote. More ominously, perhaps, the statement noted that Sony is, quote, seeing enthusiasm from PlayStation fans, end quote. On the face of it, a great thing until you realize that for this thing to have any hope, it needs to expand outside of PlayStation's existing hardcore base. As Sony has been recently toting, PSVR 2 is set to have nearly 40 games at launch, and the unit costs $550 with a Horizon Call of the Mountain bundle also available. So, disputed reporting from a reliable source. Dustin, I'll go to you first on this because I thought this was interesting. I read somewhere else, I didn't put it in here, that the author of this article, who is not Jason Schreier, to be clear, this is not a Jason Schreier report. This is from, I think, their Japanese office. This is the second time it seems like this person has gotten something wrong. I think the previous thing that was reported, as people have been saying, was that he had said that there was going to be a cut in PS5 shipments at some point that never came to fruition as well. So not a great track record. However, we've cited this person in the past and it's been true as well. So who really knows? I don't think Sony, I don't know. As a publicly traded company, I think that they're really not allowed to lie about their sales plans, but I have no idea. I mean, I don't know what their obligations are there. What do you think about this news?
Right. Well, usually when Sony, let's say there's a leak comes out, or any company for that matter, a leak comes out that is not necessarily good news, they'll either not respond or not comment on rumor and speculation, whatever, and just ignore it if it's true, to try to, act like everything's fine. But in this case, they very clearly came out and said, no, this is not true. So in this case, I'm inclined to believe Sony, but I think it is worth saying that right now, the state of the pre-launch PSVR 2 doesn't feel all that exciting. Doesn't seem like people are really all that hyped for it. And the launch lineup of games, while it is bigger than the original PlayStation VR, doesn't feel like it has that, like, any true system seller. And maybe it'll be the case once this, the Horizon game comes out, and maybe it's amazing and it is the system seller the game or the platform needs. But right now it doesn't seem to be really moving the needle. And I think it also is just a really bad price point for an economy that's not doing so well on a system that already costs $500. And yeah, that's not going to stop a lot of people from buying it. Myself included, right? I'm in a fortunate position where I can pull that off, and it is part of my job as well. So, but I think a lot of people look at this and they're like, well, that $550, how many games you can buy? A lot of people that's more than the amount of money spent more than the amount of money that they would spend on games for the entire year. So there's a lot to think about. But we'll see. It's hard to say just because VR is still, despite being around for a while, it's in this weird spot where it still is hanging on. It hasn't seemed to. It's proven to be more than a fad, but it's never really become mainstream. So for every doubter, there is also a believer out there that loves it. So I don't know. I'm very curious to see what the temperature is in the room when this actually comes out and we have our hands on and get to play the games, if it's going to move the needle at all.
Chris, what do you think about this situation with PSVR? Actually, let's take a question here from Alex Kaminsky, who wrote into us and said, "Hey, CDC, with only 3 weeks until PSVR 2, should we be concerned by the complete lack of PR and advertising? As a guy who was incredibly excited for the tech and anxiously awaiting a pre-order, the absolute radio silence is deafening. Is this a soft launch? I would have anticipated a showcase or literally anything by now. Sony has a great day one lineup. Resident Evil 4 and 8, GT7, Call of the Mountain, No Man's Sky, Firewall Ultra, Madison, just to name a few. Sure, some are ports, but there's a solid lineup here, possibly best launch day lineup to date. I still think Vita kind of takes that. What gives?" So how do you feel about this? We're not hearing very much about this unit. It's kind of so there's two things, is that when PSVR came out, I was still kind of inside the industry. So it's worth noting we got it early and we're able to play with it and be kind of prepared. I am curious at this point what the access is with people in the industry that actually have those connections and take those things. Are they already playing it, or are they about to be playing it? Because then I think that you'll start to see some more hardcore buzz if it's any good and people are allowed to talk and various embargoes lift. But it does seem soft. It almost seems like Sony accepts that this is never going to be a thing. But if that's how they feel, it kind of makes you wonder if it should exist at all. Like, they won't make a handheld that might sell 15 or 20 million, but they'll make a headset that will sell 5. I just don't know that I understand.
Yeah, it's confusing for sure. It's not a good sign. Ultimately, I think the uphill battle that VR has to fight is the fight of convenience. And, I think about just the biggest problems with some of the best VR units that I've ever used, and like the Vive and even just the PSVR, and just the cumbersome nature of the cables and the setup and getting the camera and getting the base stations drilled in and making sure that they're calibrated and all this stuff. The reality is the overwhelming majority of people are just not willing to put up with that just to experience a game, because there's already a really, really convenient way to play video games. And there has been for a very, very long time. And with the Oculus, or not the Meta, whatever, the Quest, change your goddamn name so many times. The Quest is the most convenient machine in the space. It's a very, very convenient VR machine. It's very, very cheap. It's very, very great. And I'll tell you this, it's been at least a few months since I've turned it on or played with it in any real meaningful way. And that's a very convenient, very affordable machine. So you compound that with this economy where it's like, yeah, this is a $550 machine that is very, very specific in what it does. The PS5 is a very expensive machine too, but it does like many, many things. It is your streaming hub. It is the way that you can connect with your friends. It opens the door. You can play anything on the store with it. So when you're asking for not only the price of that machine, but a little bit more for something that limits what you can do with it, that is inherently more inconvenient, in an economy like this, it's I could see the economy murdering this thing, like, sincerely. And maybe they could have done something. I'm not even necessarily convinced that something like Half-Life Alyx being there at launch would have made that much of a difference, given just the situation that we're in right now. It's not their fault necessarily. I still think that would have been wise to do, to secure a deal like that. But I don't know. The fact that they're being so silent about it is weird, because it seems to indicate that we're not going to spend a lot of money on marketing, because chances are everybody who's interested in this already knows about it and has already gotten it. And maybe they're kind of hoping on, maybe they're kind of relying on word of mouth. because that is kind of how these things sell. Like, in all honesty, like I've never seen a Quest commercial. I just know that people have it, and that made me curious. So maybe that is just sort of the strategy with VR. Maybe there's no real point in marketing it because it's such an enthusiast kind of tech, and it's such a niche that the only way to really explode is to do it well enough that the early adopters jump in and then they can't stop talking about it. I could see that being a very, very legitimate strategy, especially given, again, the economy, but it's, not a good start, but we'll see. Maybe it is this next generation defining kind of, reinvention of the wheel, but I really do feel like that uphill battle is still inconvenience. It's the convenience of the machine versus everything else that we can do on all of our other devices. Even the best devices just sort of lose that fight. So I don't know. It's up in the air. We'll see how it lands.
Yeah, well, it's about expectations. Angel De Jesus wrote into us with some interesting insight that I think might touch on a piece of it, although I don't think it's most of it, and I don't think you're maybe even seeing this holistically. Let's see it. Hello, Island, Colin, Fighting Chris, and Dusty Dustin. I don't understand those references at all. Reports are Sony have cut shipments on PSVR 2. If true, how much do you blame their decision to have pre-orders only through PS Direct, PlayStation Direct? PS Direct for months now has had PS5s available for order, and yet people still complain they can't get one. Do people outside of gaming hardcore even know about PlayStation Direct? Personally, I plan on getting one, but waiting for Best Buy to have them so I can get a store warranty. Thanks for all the content, and have a great weekend. When you wrote in about this, Angel, I went and looked. I was like, they're not available anywhere else? And I went and looked on Amazon. I'm like, where are they? So that's certainly a piece of it. And I think that's weird. However, there's something about this where I don't know that it matters too much. Here's why. This is we saw Sony PR say themselves, we are seeing excitement from PlayStation fans. And I think that that's a canary in the coal mine about why this thing is going to be so limited, because that's clearly not enough. PS4 sold 120 million units and PSVR sold 5 million. So hardcore PlayStation fans, not enough. Hardcore PlayStation fans, 11 million of them just bought God of War. Let's say half of them, 5.5 million, are hardcore fans. So you need more people to come out. And this is the Achilles heel, as it were, of this particular product is, yes, the economy's bad, the timing's bad. This thing was obviously in concept phases before the pandemic. They probably had to decide whether they were going to release it at all. It would have been some sort of sunk cost. They probably can get some, they want to extract some value out of it. They have PSVR value now in their first party, certainly third-party relationships established to make games. If their expectation is that this thing's going to sell them 2 million units, I think that's a safe assumption. But it's a matter of if they want to go mainstream with it or not. And you were saying, Chris, that you never saw a commercial for Meta. That wasn't why you were interested in it. Me neither. But there are commercials for these things all over the place. When I watch football, NFL football, they are advertising this, like the Quest. They are advertising the football game that's coming to it. They're advertising a betting thing that is coming to it, and all these different things.
Yeah.
And so there is a growing segment of people that have this interest in some sort of virtual reality. But to Angel's point, Angel, keep this one thing in mind about PlayStation Direct. And it goes back to what I was saying about Sony identifying PlayStation fans as the people that are buying in. If that's true, we all got emails to pre-order directly from them. There's no need for much else. If you assume that your people are the people that are going to buy it, then that's the best way to extract the most value. Because the one thing that they don't have to do is split any of the money with anyone. And so if they're looking at it through raw dollars and cents, they probably would rather sell 10% fewer units by not going through Amazon and Walmart, because they're actually making more money doing that. And so that might be the cryptic bean counting that's going on behind the scenes about that. But it is a little weird to not make that available to everyone. And my assumption is that that might even suggest some sort of supply issue that unbeknownst to us. But it's important to recall, we're just talking about this because of the report, but Sony denies that it's true. So, and I just don't know that, to your point, Dustin, they do often say that they just often don't say anything, or, the fame they made famous that we don't comment on rumors and speculation. I know that because that was the email I got back 8 million times when I was a journalist. Okay. Number 5. As reported in part by both Video Games Chronicle and IGN, E3 is set to be a mausoleum this year, a predictable outcome years on now from the show having any real relevance. The situation is such that PlayStation won't be appearing with either a showcase or press conference, nor any presence on the show floor or at the show at all. And they won't be alone. Arch rival Microsoft and enigmatic Japanese competitor Nintendo won't be showing up in any capacity either. Remember, there hasn't been an in-person E3 since 2019, and even then, the event was on life support. As VGC notes, neither Sony nor Microsoft showed up that year, and Sony had no intentions to show up in 2020 before COVID derailed everyone's plans, regardless of intent. E3, which is now owned by ReedPop, the owners of some gaming websites, PAX, and the company that uninvited Chris and I from PAX in 2019, released a desperate-sounding statement to both outlets in the wake of reporting, noting that many companies are still interested and that they see a positive and worthwhile show still occurring, even without the console manufacturer's buy-in. E3 takes place in Los Angeles from June 13th through 16th later this year. Nick Believe It wrote in and said, let's see if I can do this justice. Joy to the world, E3 is dead. Long live the digital showcase.
He fucked up.
No?
He fucked
too many syllables. Yeah, too many syllables.
There's a basic rule.
Yeah.
Of parody.
Syncopation.
Keep those syllables.
Yeah,
exactly.
The ESA are dildos. They stole personal info. As gamers, we all sing. Jeff Keighley is our king. Now give indie games adequate advertising. Too many syllables. But pretty good. More creative than usual.
Yeah.
I'll give it a 7. Thank you, Nick. Chris, you have a fondness for E3 that I don't share at all. What do you think about this news that the console manufacturers aren't going? Bad news.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, like, whatever. You know, it's clear. It's clear that this is just not going to work. You know, if the original, who's it owned by? ReedPop.
ReedPop. They're the guys that own Video Games Chronicle, Eurogamer, I think, shit like that.
Yeah, just throw it away. I think the thing for me is, it's like, if something's not working, I'd rather see it go away than just to see it just sort of like limp along. You know, like, just don't let this happen. Like, I loved E3 for a very, very long time because it was a great excuse to have like a big party and just like have everybody over. We would watch the press conferences. We would drink. We would eat pizza. We would eat snacks. We would laugh. We would cringe. It was just a really, really fun time. And I'm sad that those times are not happening anymore. It's really actually fucking incredibly sterile the way that we all receive our information now. It's like, here's a direct, and it's like it works just fine, I guess, but it's so goddamn bland and lifeless and just devoid of personality that that's just how everything's going to be from now on. We are in the post personality stage of human society, and it's time we just accept that it's just over.
Just send me to the cloud, baby. It's over.
Yeah, just fucking whatever. Have some AI generated voice tell me what game is going to come out next summer, so that no individual can be, embroiled in some controversy. I think.
I'm sorry. Good.
No, I just think I think it's best to just kill it. You know, just let it go. The hell was that?
I was just spraying a little air. I saw something on my desk. I wanted to get rid of it. Sorry.
Scared the hell out of me.
Sorry about that. That was weird.
No, you're good. I think, just kill it. Just let it die. It's okay. It's better that it should have died a minute ago, to be honest with you.
Yeah, before COVID, I think probably was.
Before COVID. But I'm gonna miss those parties. It's gonna be I don't know. It's just one less thing to look forward to, which is lame.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, that's a good point. I'll just go right to you, Dustin. What do you think about this? It seems like, well, Sony won't be there. None of the manufacturers will be there. And maybe 2024 will be different. I don't know.
Yeah. So real quick, though, about ReedPop, just to make sure, because something was activated in the back of my brain about a correction. I don't think they own Video Game Chronicle.
Oh.
They own VG 24/7.
Oh, VG 24/7. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Because didn't they like ask us to like correct that on the record of the show at one point?
Oh yeah, maybe. Oh yeah, that was right. Yeah, Andy reached out to me about that. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I apologize. Okay.
Which I'm surprised. Just total side note, but I'm looking at the brands that they own. They own Digital Foundry, Eurogamer, GamesIndustry.biz, Nintendo Life, Pure Xbox.
Oh, Push Square. That was the one they own. Yeah.
Road to VR, Rock Paper. They own a lot. Damn.
Yeah. The question is, how much is any of that actually worth? I don't know. I think Digital Foundry is probably worth something.
Yeah.
And I love Push Square. I don't know what their traffic is, but if Push Square would be available, I would be interested in investing in Push Square probably.
Well,
but
as far as E3, this is not surprising. I mean, Microsoft wasn't there in 2019. They were only kind of half there. They do their own separate thing in the Microsoft Theater, which is really annoying because if you're on the show floor at E3, then you have to go and leave the event and then go through security again at the Microsoft Theater and then leave and then go through. It's just a huge hassle. But so it's not totally surprising. I think this says a lot about Nintendo's plans currently, because from what it sounds like, they don't have anything big after the Tears of the Kingdom, the new Zelda game, which could indicate that a new Switch is coming in the next year or so, which makes sense. It's about time. And then, of course, PlayStation. They've been long checked out for a while. It's disappointing for me because I did want to go to E3 this year or as a possibility, just because I think it would be fun. It's not even necessarily like I think this would be a good thing for us to cover on the show. I just think that E3 is fun. Going and hanging out and hanging out in LA for a week is cool. But with this seemingly sounding like it's going to be a ghost town, just doesn't sound worth it at all. The bigger question to me is, are the big three going to be partnering with Keighley with Summer Game Fest instead? Is this going to be a stab in the back where they go over to Keighley's side instead? It's hard to say, but yeah, E3, it seems to be like this. They're going to try to revive it from its already mostly dead state that it was in, but I'm guessing this is probably it.
Yeah. It's we'll see what happens and what comes of it. Maybe there'll be some sort of, when things go away and there's nostalgia that grows for it, maybe there's a way to take advantage. I did read that Nintendo would conceivably come back the next year, which would be a step in the right direction. And the only thing I can think of is that it might be like an interesting gambit for some of the publishers to show up, because there'll just be a vacuum and more attention be paid to them. Like, well, there'll still be an EA press conference. Will there be anything else like that? I don't know. But I just think that the industry has so materially changed. It goes along hand in hand with the kind of the downfall of traditional media and the way games used to be covered. There's such a sporadic 24/7, just constant attention paid to everything. You don't need those one-offs anymore. You don't need to get the attention of USA Today and Wall Street Journal and stuff like that. And it's not what sells games. And I think also it costs money to go to these things. You have to put a lot of pressure on your teams to deliver demos and all the rest of it. There's a lot. I mean, and Sony basically just saying like, we're just not even doing it is probably a lot of relief. And has been for years, being like, no worries, no have to. Remember when Bruce Straley was playing Uncharted 4 at PSX and he fell through the environment and all that. Yeah. And it's like, these are the kinds of things you open yourself up to. I actually wrote recently for Sandeep Rai's PlayStation 3 book that's coming out this year. And I wrote a few things. And one of the things I wrote about was the Resistance Fall of Man demo at E3 in 2006, which when they went on stage had a 50% chance of crashing every time they played it. And they just went on stage and did it. And it didn't crash that time. And companies don't want to play that kind of game, that kind of, with these $200 million products and all this. It's just different. And so I think that the celebratory fun of it, like E3, I think it's just, I think the games industry, if I might be so candid, has totally outgrown that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like putting it in the term of outgrown. I actually think it's the opposite. I feel like they've grown so insecure that they're no longer mature enough to do something like that. I think it's actually the opposite. I think they've regressed, not necessarily to a point in their previous time, because like video games have never really been this before. But I don't know. I just think it's like I said before, it's just fucking sterile and just kind of lame now. Like it was really cool to know that like, oh yeah, this demo that they did like could have, like, that's an amazing story. And that was like a story that happened a lot, like where it's like we went up there and that game could have exploded on stage for all we knew, and we did it anyway. And there's something scrappy and energetic and very appealing about that kind of environment where it's like, ooh, wow, we're really flying by the seat of our pants here and just sort of like risking a lot. And now it's we can't have that risk because why exactly? Is it really gonna matter? People bought Uncharted 4 anyway.
Yeah, I actually think I was there. I was in the room when it happened. I think that people found it charming, actually. Like,
yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. It's like, I feel like they're, and this is what I mean about personality, where like, I feel like there used to be a stronger connection or like between like the people who played games and the people who made them. I feel like there used to be like there wasn't this widening of the gap between the two where like the developers felt like this this almost like kingly figure. And just like everybody was, we expected like, you know, this perfect, like clean way of showcasing. And I think now that it's just so lifeless. I mean, it's fine, I guess. If it makes investors feel more comfortable, and I know there's a lot more money in it now than there used to be, but it wasn't exactly chump change before either.
That's true.
So I don't know. I just think the direction we're going is so like unhuman in a way that's like kind of concerning me, not even just from a game standpoint, but just general culture and in a broader sense, where it's like, why do we have to be so clean cut to the point where we're just like no different from AI? Basically, it's like we just have to be like perfectly. Everything needs to be perfect. Everything needs to be seamless. There can't be a single joke made. There can't be a single error. You remember that Yarn guy?
Yarny. Yeah.
Yarny. Yeah.
Like you'll never see that again.
Yeah, he was having like an emotional breakdown on the stage. I remember that.
Yeah. And I think, but that's so, I don't know, man.
It was charming. It was very charming.
That is a moment that sticks with me because I thought it was fucking beautiful. And we're just never gonna have that again. It's just gonna be this robot that just like, and the next game is Resident Evil
world premiere.
Like fucking, it's so sad.
World premiere.
But I also, I mean, you know, it's the way things are going. You can't lament what's gone. But I do think it's like a sad shift, and I think it's generally the wrong direction. But oh well.
E3 brought to you by Lockheed Martin.
Brought to you by BlackRock
and Pfizer. Dustin, do you have anything that you want to say before we move on to the next one? Any closing comments? That's a no.
Yeah, no.
Number 6.
Take me to Raytheon.
Take me to Raytheon and Pizza Hut. In what is an annual tradition for all annualized sports games, PlayStation and San Diego studio have revealed details about the next iteration in its mega popular baseball series, MLB The Show. So here's the pertinent information. MLB The Show 23 launches on PlayStation 5 and PlayStation 4 on March 28th. As has been the case for several years now, the game will also launch day and date on Xbox Series X and S, as well as Xbox One, and it will be on Game Pass. For the second year in a row, you can also expect to see MLB The Show 23 on Nintendo Switch. If you buy the game on PS5, it costs $70. If you buy it on PS4, it costs $60. And gracing the cover of this year's game is Jazz Chisholm Jr. of the Miami Marlins. The 24-year-old one-time second baseman turned center fielder was a 2022 MLB All-Star, but finished last season injured. MLB The Show 23 includes complete cross-platform play, cross-save, and cross-progression across all applicable platforms. And remember, this is a game of vital importance to Sony, a real moneymaker for them every year. Believe it or not, MLB The Show 22 was the 10th best-selling game in the United States in 2022 across all platforms, and those numbers don't count adoption on Xbox via Game Pass. So a much bigger game than it seems. And I'm sure you guys have nothing to say about this, but must acknowledge that the game comes out March 28th. I'm sure it'll be maybe the best-selling game of the next month on PSN or one of them, and will stay there for the rest of the year. So you have that to look forward to. Number 7. If you've been looking forward to Star Wars Jedi Survivor, you're going to have to look forward just a little bit longer. Originally slated for a launch on PlayStation 5 on March 17th, the game has been delayed approximately 6 weeks to April 28th. Word comes by way of Electronic Arts, the game's publisher and owner of its developer Respawn, which released a somewhat lengthy statement that reads in part, quote, "For the last 3 years, the Jedi team here at Respawn has poured its collective heart and soul into Star Wars Jedi Survivor, and we are proud to say that the next chapter in the tale of Cal Kestis is content complete. We are now focused entirely on the final stage, bug fixes to enhance performance, stability, polish, and most importantly, the player experience, ellipsis. In order for the team to hit the Respawn quality bar, provide the team with the time they need, and achieve the level of polish our fans deserve, we have added 6 crucial weeks to our release schedule. Star Wars Jedi Survivor will now launch on April 28th, end quote. The follow-up to the shockingly successful 2019 Respawn PS4 game Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order, the game was officially announced about a year ago and premiered more properly later that spring at Star Wars Celebration. Considered one of the biggest games of a packed 2023, Survivor hopes to follow the lucrative and critically successful footsteps of the previous game, which scored well with critics, won some awards, and due to its slow and steady sales burn, may be in the region of 20 million copies sold, if not more. The last official numbers were 10 million sold months after it launched, with 20 million total players, including EA Play, as of 18 months ago. As we see in the Sacred Sales saga, this game remains every month and sometimes sells extraordinarily well. This is a big one. And people I saw had some disappointment, but I think giving them a little bit more time is good. It's appropriate. I also think they want to stay out of the way of some other games as well. Chris, are you going to play? So I played Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order and it was good, but I'm not going to play this game. I've already told myself, regardless of how good it is, I'm skipping it. What do you think?
No, I mean, I'm excited about it. I just trust Respawn implicitly to make really, really solid titles at this point. And I think the fact that they did such a good job with the first game, despite having no experience doing that, speaks volumes about like their development talent and just their versatility. I really do feel like in Respawn, if they existed in a first party capacity, would be like borderline an Insomniac equivalent of just like the style of things that they can get done and the versatility of it. So I'm stoked about it. I'm not really into Star Wars. Obviously, that's like a big kind of problem with me. It's the main reason why I didn't really finish the first one. Like I liked what I played, but also I just couldn't really get into it. But I also just feel like that first one was a very good first go. It was like way better than it arguably should have been. But I do feel like the sequel is going to have a little bit more. I feel like it just feels like it's going to be a little bit more fleshed out from a gameplay perspective than the first one was. And that's what I'm most interested in and what I'm most invested in. So I'm looking forward to it, even if I'm not necessarily all that jazzed about a Star Wars game necessarily. I just think they can make a really solid combat loop and they seem to understand it well enough. But yeah, it kind of blows my mind this game is as successful as it is, though, to be honest, because it is great, but the degree to which it's succeeded is kind of astounding. Maybe that's the IP.
Certainly. I mean, Battlefront and Battlefront 2 both sold exceptionally well, and neither were very good. You know,
yeah, but not quite like this though. You know what I mean? Because like Battlefront at the very least had like the multiplayer aspect going for it, where okay, I have friends who play this, so maybe I'll jump onto it. This is a purely single player. Like the fact that a purely single player Star Wars game in this modern era of microtransactions, forced kind of battle royale, like all this stuff, like in that environment that this game did so well. That's kind of amazing. Even with that like strong IP attached to it, I think it speaks to a level of just general osmosis that this game has had. Like I don't know if it's word of mouth or what, but this game's been trucking along for a long time, really effectively, and this game's going to be huge, no doubt.
And just to reiterate, I mean, 3 years, not so bad, actually. No. For what will be a pretty high quality game. Because the last one came out in the fall. You imagine Respawn went on vacation, came back, got greenlit in the first quarter. So pretty rapidly made game. We were talking, Dustin, about Callisto Protocol taking the same amount of time. And I would bet you the Callisto Protocol's budget is about the same as this game's budget. So you're going to have there's no doubt that this game is going to be awesome for the people that play it. I just couldn't imagine anything else being different. Are you going to check it out? Did you even play Fallen Order? I don't know.
Yeah. I'm the only one who beat it here, it sounds like.
No, I beat it.
Oh, do you beat it too? Oh yeah, you're not playing the next one.
No.
Yeah. No, I thought it was really, really good. And it's one of those games that I remember specifically when I was done with it thinking like, man, this is such a solid foundation. I have a few things I don't like about it, but they are easily something that they can iterate on for the next version of the game. And so I think that's part of probably why the development cycle could be shorter, is that it was like, why reinvent the wheel here? You can start with the base of the first game and just build a new story and refine what was already there. I felt like it sometimes didn't quite hit the mark of balancing a game that is approachable while also trying to do something that is somewhat Souls-like. And I wonder now, obviously you still need to make it more approachable as a Star Wars game, but in a world where Elden Ring sells as well as it did, if they're not quite as afraid of making this a more difficult game, that's my hope. Obviously, it makes sense for a game like this to have different difficulty modes, but I wouldn't be afraid to lean into some of its more Souls-like sensibilities. And yeah, the 6-week delay is no big deal at all, to me at least. Like, it makes sense that I'm sure that Respawn, when they went to EA and was like, hey, can we get 6 more weeks in order to really knock this out of the park? They were like, yeah, no problem. The last game did so well. Let's come out strong with this one. So yeah, I'm excited. I will be playing day one for sure.
Cool. All right, let's talk about Respawn some more. Number 8. Respawn may be about ready to deliver another quality mega hit with Star Wars Jedi Survivor, but another of its in-development games is experiencing the exact opposite fate. It won't reach market at all. According to reporting from Bloomberg, publisher Electronic Arts, which owns the Titanfall brand and its home studio Respawn, has canceled a single-player Titanfall project called FTL, or Titanfall Legends, which had a team of about 50 dedicated staff working on it. Since we started recording, by the way, it's come to fruition that, or come to be known rather, that this might have been an Apex Legends, literally like an Apex Legends campaign. So that's worth noting, unclear. This game was never announced, as noted by Bloomberg, but it had been hinted at in the past, as EA was open about Respawn's multiple projects and its willingness to try and revisit Titanfall with something more traditional, as opposed to its mega popular spin-off Apex Legends, which is multiplayer only, similar to the original 2014 game, but unlike its mega popular 2016 follow-up, which had the best of both worlds. Apex Legends itself came out 3 years later in 2019 and remains viable. Other moves that were announced publicly had more to do with mobile and free-to-play games, with Apex Legends mobile iteration canceled, a new Battlefield mobile game also canceled, and the 50 employees working on the Titanfall single-player project either shuffled into new roles or outright laid off. An important detail here is that Titanfall Legends was, until a year ago, directed by Mohammed Alavi, who left the studio midway through the project, usually a terrible sign for the success of said project. Alavi is a longtime designer going back to Infinity Ward at the very earliest Call of Duty games, and he was a senior designer on both Titanfall and Titanfall 2 as one of the original IW employees to make the leap. He's also credited as the lead writer of Apex Legends. This would have been his directorial debut. He's currently working as the lead designer on an unannounced team working on an equally unannounced project. Before we get into this, I forget sometimes, and I guess maybe a lot of people haven't thought about it or maybe don't know. It would be fun to revisit it sometimes. Do you guys remember the drama between Infinity Ward, Activision, Respawn, and Electronic Arts? Like,
that's how we learned. What Destiny was,
right?
And how those expansions would come out.
And it's interesting because so for people that don't know, Infinity Ward was the original Call of Duty. They still exist. The original Infinity Ward, though, the iteration of them were the original Call of Duty studio. And after Modern Warfare, they left. Like, the people that founded that studio left and went and founded Respawn, spun it off as a separate entity. EA ended up buying Respawn after that. And it caused all of these legal issues about this, that, and the other thing. You can go read about it. It would be fun to recount it because it's been a while. That was a heady piece of drama, actually, that took some time back in the day. But Chris, let's go to you. I know you're a fan of Titanfall, and we were just talking about Titanfall 2 earlier, actually. And I'm curious what you think about this cancellation of what appears to have been a 50-team person single-player campaign for Apex Legends. This seems peculiar to me. The game must have been fundamentally flawed. I don't think that the idea is bad. So the director leaves, and I went and looked. I don't know if I did write about it. He's currently working at another studio. He just left. So what do you think about this?
I think it's a shame, and I think it's just sort of happening a lot right now. I mean, the over at 343, I know the campaign team was like mainly the team that got laid off and got shuffled around to different parts of the studio. Just sort of feels like story and single player stuff, for whatever reason, is not important to these publishers and studios. But at the same time, it's so weird for this news to come fresh off of the heels of Dead Space Remake being so fucking well received. Like people like single player things, and it's not even like a surprise anymore. It's like this. It's frustrating to know that there was a single player Titanfall project, and I know that it was an Apex Legends thing, but as far as I remember, because I was looking into this a little bit earlier, it seems like it might have been a joint thing. I mean, they are in the same universe, technically speaking, so it wouldn't be surprising that it might be both. But the fact that we missed out on something like that sucks, because Apex Legends is actually pretty cool. I just don't like Battle Royale really that much. But it plays really wonderfully from a first person shooter perspective. It's actually a really solid shooter, and of course it's Respawn. But I don't know. It would have been nice to have some kind of single player version of that to enjoy or to talk about in some meaningful way. But it looks like these projects are getting snuffed out more and more often these days.
Dustin, any further thoughts on this cancellation?
Yeah, it's disappointing just because Respawn has shown that they make really fucking good campaigns. Titanfall 2 was an amazing campaign.
Yeah, that was fun as hell.
We talked about, you know what? I don't want to glaze over that. Titanfall 2 is an amazing campaign that if you have not played and you are a fan of FPS games, you really, really need to go play it.
It's really great.
It is so fun. There's a lot of really interesting and creative ideas in that campaign mode, and it never truly got its due. So please go check out that game. So Titanfall 2, amazing campaign. And then also we were just talking about Jedi Fallen Order also having a great campaign. And so the two other things being Titanfall 1 and Apex Legends don't have campaigns since they're multiplayer. So to hear about the cancellation of a campaign from Respawn is really disappointing because they're really good at it. And hopefully this has just shifted over into something else that would be focused on a campaign. Honestly, the huge optimism that I could have for this is that they were like, let's not do a Apex game and let's actually do Titanfall 3. Probably very unlikely, but that's my extreme wishful thinking. And it's just so disappointing just because EA killed Titanfall 2. Clear as day. If you look at when they released that game and how they did it, they basically sent it out to die. It really fucking sucks. So hopefully enough time has passed that they're like, hey, maybe we should give Titanfall another outing. Again, this is me with copium and wishful thinking, but it's all we got right now.
That would be such a big moment, though. Like, if that ever happened, like if there was ever a Titanfall 3 trailer, that would break the internet for a lot of people. Like, that'd be a huge, huge deal. Yeah. And it's such a shame. Titanfall 2 is so good.
Yeah, I loved it. I have that one memory of that one wide open space surrounded by powered like a force field and like the circular space, and enemies are coming from all the different corners, and you only have a few pieces to cover. It's like some really memorable set pieces in that game. Yeah,
that game is just full of amazing level design. There's like obviously the big one that I'm not going to spoil because it's that good, but there's also just like that level where you're just running through. It's like a big factory that's manufacturing like suburbs or whatever.
Yes.
And it's like, it's such a fucking cool level. Like it's amazing. Like Titanfall 2 is like for real. Like I know Dustin said it already, but absolutely check out the campaign if you haven't.
Yeah, shout out to Titanfall 2, 2016 game. And Apex Legends is so big. Like how many people fundamentally know that they're connected these days? I'm sure a lot of people do, but not everyone. And
definitely not.
So maybe this could be a way to it could be a way to get people back and Titanfall 3 and be like, no, this is where it comes from, my friends, and get them more into that. But that could be, I feel like losing your creative director, that would have been his directorial debut. You don't leave. And then he's like the lead designer at this new studio. He's not even in the directorial role. So either he was removed, or he left. So it might not be very good. I mean, that might be 50 people is also not a lot of people for a campaign. So in my opinion.
True.
All right, we can go quickly through these. Number 9, there's great news percolating for we Far Cry fans. Website Insider Gaming reports that 2 Far Cry games are currently in development at struggling publisher Ubisoft. Far Cry 7, and some sort of multiplayer-centric Far Cry game. What's meant by the latter is unknown, as Far Cry has had a fundamental and increasingly prevalent multiplayer component going back to the PlayStation 3 era. Far Cry 7's codename is Project Blackbird, while its multiplayer component is known as Project Maverick, but Insider Gaming's reporting notes that the two entities were actually one single project under longtime Far Cry lead Dan Hay, who left early in the project to go to Activision Blizzard. The games were thus split from one another and are both under development at flagship Ubisoft team, Ubisoft Montreal, responsible for many of its biggest and most important games across a number of franchises. Project Maverick in particular is apparently an extraction-style shooter set in Alaska, and Far Cry 7 may also have an Arctic setting. Both games are apparently slated for launch in or around 2025. Kotaku, meanwhile, corroborates this reporting while adding a little texture, specifically that these games have been spoken about openly in company-wide meetings by Ubisoft co-founder and CEO Yves Guillemot himself, and interestingly, the games will both be abandoning Far Cry's longtime proprietary engine Dunia in favor of another Ubisoft proprietary engine product, the increasingly well-known Snowdrop. Snowdrop has been the engine used for both Division games, but it's also slated to be used for Ubisoft's unannounced Star Wars project, as well as the In Limbo Splinter Cell remake. Dunia, on the other hand, is a remnant of the once dominant CryEngine from Crytek. CryEngine ran the original Far Cry as Crytek made that game for Ubisoft, and beginning with Far Cry 2, CryEngine was forked into Dunia, which is now apparently being retired. The last Far Cry game, Far Cry 6, launched in the fall of 2021 on both PS4 and PS5. It was the 11th best-selling game that year in the US, after only being on sale for a little less than 3 months. Shout out. That's all. Far Cry 6 is so good. It is so good. I loved it. I played it for about 100 hours, believe it or not. About 100 hours. Platinum.
Man.
Of course. And finally, I won't even bother talking to you guys about that. Finally, number 10. As we seem to discuss in perpetuity these days, there are new PlayStation Plus games to go over. These offerings are all for PS Plus subscribers, regardless of tier, so for the so-called Essential tier, and they will be available starting February 7th. They will be available free of charge for subscribers until March 6th, and remember, you should add these games to your download list even if you don't intend on playing them now, as you can do so later with an active subscription. The biggest game of the bunch is Bungie's Destiny 2's Beyond Light expansion, which is available for both PS4 and PS5. Launched in late 2020, Beyond Light was the fifth major expansion for the core game, which first came to PlayStation 4 in 2017. Also on PS4 and PS5 alike are two more games. Skating game Ollie Ollie World, launched via developer Roll7 in early 2022, and multiplayer horror game Evil Dead The Game, which also came to both consoles in 2022, this time via Saber Interactive. Finally, the PlayStation 4 only, for PlayStation 4 only is Mafia, the Definitive Edition, launched in 2020. It's a full remake of the original 2002 Mafia game, which came to PlayStation 2 that year. However, not all is well in PlayStation Plus land. According to emails sent to seemingly all PlayStation Plus subscribers, the so-called PlayStation Plus collection is going away. At one time, Sony offered 20 iconic PS4 games to all PS5-owning PS Plus subscribers, and that number later reduced to 19. Beginning May 9th, the list of PlayStation Plus collection games goes down to 0. However, if you add them to your download list between now and then, you'll be able to play them in the future with an active PS Plus subscription. The static list of games offered there actually gave PS Plus a lot of bang for its buck to those new to the ecosystem. Offerings include, for now, Uncharted 4: Thief's End, Infamous Second Son, God of War 2018, Detroit Become Human, Bloodborne, Days Gone, The Last Guardian, Ratchet & Clank 2016, and more. Dustin, what do you think? We don't have to talk about the PS Plus games if you don't want to, but I'm more curious about what you think about the collection going away. I found this kind of peculiar. I was hoping, and I guess it should have become obvious that they were not going to do this, but I was hoping that it was going to become this thing that was going to be updated and refreshed, and games would go and games would come. And one of the games did go. I want to say it was Persona, but it might have been some other game that was in there that was actually removed later. But all the other games have been there the entire time. And it's also worth noting that many of these games are on PlayStation Plus Extra. So they're already there. They're therefore redundant. And I feel like that's going to be the excuse. Finally, I think the final thing Sony would say is that this was for early adopters. And you had your chance. So what do you think about the PlayStation Plus collection going away?
Yeah, it's weird. I was really taken aback by the responses to this going away, acting like this was a really, really big deal. And to me, yeah, it sucks that after May 9th, if you buy a PlayStation 5 and you are a PlayStation Plus subscriber, that there is less value for that. I'm not going to undercut that. That's unfortunate. But at the same time, Sony never had to give away these games for the last 2 years in the first place. It's one of those, like, I don't know, like, it was an opportunity for people that, like you said, early adopters. You get some games, that's cool. But I don't know. I can easily see this going away, as I could seeing like you mentioned, the idea of it going on in perpetuity. But like, to me, it's just really not a big deal that these are going away. It's unfortunate, but I don't know. I'm going in circles with this, but I think that what you mentioned about the PlayStation Extra is a big point also, that they want people to move over to that, especially if you're getting a PlayStation 5, that this no longer has the benefit for them that it once did. And now the benefit is moving over to hoping people pay for that extra tier. So it makes sense to me. Shout out to Evil Dead the game being the freebie one, because I want to check that out and I haven't yet.
Did you see the update that came out today for it?
I heard, is there's like a battle royale?
So there's a splatter royale.
Yeah, that sounds cool.
In the Evil Dead game that just came out today. I'm stoked about it. I loved that Evil Dead game. Was a lot of fun. It has the exact like Left 4 Dead style simplicity that I think Back 4 Blood really needed. It does feel like a double A kind of game. It's like a little jank, but it's when you get a group of people in there, it's really fucking fun. And so shout out to that. Yeah.
By the way, bringing up Back 4 Blood, I was gonna talk about this if you guys haven't seen since we started recording. Turtle Rock, the studio that makes Back 4 Blood, said that they are ceasing support for it and are moving on to another game. So, so it will continue to run, but Back 4 Blood will receive no more content. A smaller news item, but
shame.
Chris, let's go to you with this. Metal Kirby 27 wrote in and said, "Hey CDC, I am curious to hear your thoughts about the removal of the PS Plus collection. Sony has confirmed it will discontinue the collection as of May 9th. Most of us have probably already played these games, but in my opinion, it was a great idea that I would have liked to see expanded upon and not entirely removed. Thanks and much love from Michigan." Are your thoughts similar to ours, that this is, it's notable? I'm surprised by it, but it's not, I don't think it's the end of the world, especially because they're giving you so much time. Just go add them to your download list. You have 3 months to add them to your download list right now. Yeah,
I don't know. I expected this to go away a long time ago, to be honest. I'm surprised it's stuck around this far. So like, to hear that we have 3 more months with it, I mean, that's cool. Like, I mean, that's more than they had to do. Arguably, the collection existing at all was more than they had to do. So like, the fact that was even that's never happened before. Like you've never gotten a new console and then just had 20 free fucking like amazing games to just play right out. Like that's nuts. So the fact that they kept it going for this long is amazing. I did not anticipate that it would be added to necessarily over time. I kind of assumed that it would go away at some point, and the fact that it's happening now is like, yeah, all right, whatever. Just add that stuff to your. I'm sure there's probably like maybe 1 or 2 of these that I haven't added that I'll go ahead and add, and that'll be that. Like, big deal. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I think I literally bought almost all of the games that were on there. Like, it was definitely not for people like me. But when it goes away, the important thing to note is that May 9th date is about 2.5 years to the date that PS5 comes out. And I wonder if that was always the plan, to be like, we'll give you this, 30 months or so to, 30 months to get all of these different things. And so that could be it. And most of the people have played these. And you know what, guys? I mean, there could be a little bit of this. People are still buying lots of games from us. Why are we giving them anything? Kind of situation going on. We just sold 11 million copies of God of War Ragnarok. Maybe we can sell God of War still, like God of War 2018 for a few bucks. So there could be a little bit of that too.
For sure.
All right, my friends. Well, since I got that Back 4 Blood news in there, that's all we have to talk about for news today. It means it's time to get into 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas from the audience submitted on Patreon via the news feed, the thread in that news feed. We read one earlier thanks to canny work. I'm using that word a lot today, from Dustin. So we have 5 left to go through. And we will begin with Ben, not our Ben, but another Ben of unknown origins. He says, "This question is for Big Dick Dustin and Cunnilingual Chris. But as always, I'd welcome Cum Craze Collins' thoughts too." God.
Cunnilingual is a hilarious word.
Yeah, definitely.
I love that.
It's not coming up as a spelling error, so I appreciate that. No. I was listening to an old episode of Sacred recently in which Dustin mentioned getting an early code for some game. He quickly paused, though, to mention that he got it through ham radio, not LSM. A similar thing happened with Deathloop. I appreciate and admire Sacred's principles and practices, no game codes, no affiliation or sponsorships with any game companies, etc. But I'm curious if that's ever been even mildly bothersome, inconvenient, or a hindrance to either of you. Dustin spoke of paying a stranger online to get Persona early. Would you not want to get Persona 6 early if possible? Although I'm sure it's never been meaningfully bothersome to you guys, I just wonder if your personal opinions on these matters differ from Colin's, especially given that your professional histories in the industry are completely different from his. Keep crushing it, fellas. And by different, he means that I had many years of getting anything I wanted, something that you guys never got to experience. That'll be up to you to figure that out. Dustin, what are your thoughts on this? Does this rule preclude you in any way from playing or enjoying anything?
I think that overall, it doesn't affect me in that he mentions like Persona 6. Like, would I want to get Persona 6 early? Of course I would want to get Persona 6 early, but it has nothing to do with my coverage of the game. It's that I'm impatient and I'm a big fan of that series. So I'd want to play it as early and as soon as possible. But I don't feel like that desire in me as a game player supersedes our mindset of this show to remain outside of the PR and marketing cycle. Like, for example, if Roger, who I mentioned last week, who hit me up on the same Facebook message that we talked about Persona 5, which was awesome. And he's like, yep, I'm still a patron. And we talked for a little bit. It was cool.
Nice.
If for some reason Roger hit me up and said, hey, I have a copy of Persona 6 2 weeks early. I can buy it and then you can pay me back and I can mail it to you. Fuck yeah, I'm doing that. You know, for sure. Just as a fan of the game, but I wouldn't be like, Colin, can we please decide to work with PR for Sega and Atlas in order for me to get Persona 6 early because I can't wait for it? No, I'm not going to do that. As far as, I mean, there's no detriment. It would be a bonus not having to pay for all the games that we buy and play for work, but it's not, I don't know. It's not that big of a deal either based on our current financial, setup. So I don't know. It's not really a big deal at the end of the day.
What do you think, Chris?
Yeah, it's never really been something that I cared too much about. Like, is it cool to get games early? Yeah. I mean, it's cool, but like, I'm never like sitting there pining for it. I'm not sitting there. Like, if I really wanted to, I could get games early. Like, I could reach out to these people, like even just as my own channel or like as like a streamer or whatever. And I've gotten like smaller indie titles sent to me for free or whatever, and those are, yeah, it's cool, it's neat. The one that sticks out to me the most for whatever reason, I think we got Chasm, which is like an indie title, and I really liked Chasm a lot. But like,
yeah, my friend Dan Edelman did the PR for that, which is why.
Yeah, that's a great. That's a sleeper. I really like Chasm.
Yeah, Chasm's good. Chasm's really good on Vita, especially.
But I don't know. I've never had this desire necessarily. When we started the show initially and we got games early, it was kind of cool. It was like new and like kind of exciting. And I kind of mentioned this earlier, not earlier in this episode, but right, in a pretty recent episode where it was cool to be playing Spider-Man in like an apartment where I had roommates before they had even, like, it was just kind of like a neat kind of feeling. But I don't really care at all. Like, would I like to play the games that I'm a fan of early? Absolutely. Like Dustin said, like that's, yeah. But that again is more just with me being a feral idiot and not liking the fact that I have to wait to experience cool things. But it's never really been anywhere near the forefront of my mind as far as like anything I cared about.
Yeah. Good to know. I'm glad to hear that it hasn't really affected you guys adversely, because I mean there have been a couple times where I'm like, I really don't want anyone to accept the games even off this platform, but I don't know that I can exert that level of control. My only rule is that no one can use sacred symbols to try to procure themselves early copies of games. If there's other things that you want to procure your games for, that's totally fine. And I just don't think none of us are in any financial difficulties whatsoever. We can afford whatever games we want, and I personally think that there's something, I feel so much less stressed out. I'm going to talk about this more on the next episode of Knockback when we talk about a specific game, but I feel so much less stressed out like this. Just playing what I want when I want, not having the next code and the next code. And I know it sounds funny, but you would see like an email pop up and it would say like Square Enix PR or something. And you'd be like, oh, fuck, because you know it's a code for something. But you're already 3 games behind and I just don't want to play like that anymore. It is fun and it is exciting for a little while. You're getting paid for this. You're getting all this stuff for free, but there comes a time when it becomes old. And I imagine that that's true for everything. So nonetheless, Thank you for writing in. We appreciate you. Mike Held wrote in and said, hey, CDC, first time writing in. Became a patron for the Last of Us show spoiler cast, and I'm quite impressed with the backlog of Sacred Symbols Plus episodes to enjoy. Thank you. James Gunn recently dropped a video detailing his upcoming slate of DC movies and TV shows, while also reiterating his plans to connect all DC properties through movies, TV, and games. With Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League coming later this year from Rocksteady, and a Wonder Woman game coming down the line from Monolith, what other DC characters from which developers would you like to see get a game? A new Batman game from a developer other than Rocksteady or WB Montreal, perhaps? Is James Gunn insane for trying to include games in his connected DC universe? Thanks for the seemingly endless amount of content to drown out the existential dread in my head and crushing anxiety in my balls. You're very welcome, Mike. Thank you for writing in. Appreciate you. Dustin, what do you think about this? I watched this. I've always been, well, not always. I was quite fascinated by James Gunn doing this because it seems like such a heel move for him now to be like helping DC get their shit together. But I think they need someone like him to do this. But it does seem very ambitious. And the biggest thing that I noticed in what they're announcing, again, I'm a layman in comics, but I'm like, I don't even know who the fuck you're talking about. Like, Booster Gold. I'm like, well, who the fuck is Booster Gold? I don't think I've ever even heard of that in my entire life.
Yeah, well, James Gunn's in an interesting position because he obviously directed Guardians of the Galaxy, which was basically Booster Bold or Booster Gold, whatever
level style Marvel characters.
Yeah, like nobody knew who the fuck the Guardians of the Galaxy were. Like no one at all. Like I'm sure like there are people in comics or like maybe people, you know, I'm sure there are people who knew, but generally speaking, I had no clue. I didn't know anybody who, I think Sweeney knew because he's a comic guy, but nobody knew who the fuck Star-Lord, Rocket Raccoon. Excuse me? Like what even is that? And I feel like he is like uniquely in a good position to kind of bring some of these weird, very obscure characters out in a way that makes them. I mean, his Suicide Squad movie was awesome. Like Suicide Squad, like the one that's not with the Joker with the damaged tattoo on his forehead, with like the one after, was awesome. That is a fun fucking movie. Highly recommend that movie if anybody hasn't seen it. It's ridiculous. Like there's a character, there's like a Polka Dot Man is in there and he's awesome. Like Polka Dot Man is awesome in that movie. So I think he's in a pretty good position to do this. The integrating games though is kind of a wild move because I mean, games are a lot harder to get in sync with other products than movies and television are. There's a lot of moving parts. I mean, famously, there are stories that are like rewritten entirely because what's written in the script isn't possible in the engine, and they have to like retool entire swaths of story just to make it make sense. And how do you make that make sense in an integrated universe? It's tricky, but I don't know if there's anybody with the acumen and the passion for this kind of thing who's also willing and able to do it. I feel like James Gunn's probably like the best bet you're going to get. And he's a good director too. So,
Dustin, what are your thoughts?
Yeah. This is a really hard question for me to answer. I went to Google and I searched DC characters so I could look up and see who they all are. And the only one that I really am drawn to at all is Batman. Of course.
Yeah.
And here's the thing is that we have 3 amazing, technically 4. So we have 4 really, really good Batman games that really do a fantastic job of hitting all the right elements of that character. Whether it's the detective aspect or the fact that you're like sneaking around at the rafters or just beating the shit out of guys. Really, really good. And so it's hard for me to say I want more Batman games because I just feel like they might be disappointing in some ways. Obviously, someday we'll get another Batman game. It'll probably be good. But as far as these other characters, like, how do you make a Superman game? That's makes sense, you know.
You know they should make a Snowflame game. Do you know who Snowflame is?
No, I have no idea who half these people are on this list.
So Snowflame is a DC superhero, and his power is that he's addicted to cocaine.
Oh, nice.
And his phrase, "I am Snowflame. Every cell of my being burns with white hot ecstasy." This is real. Cocaine is my god, and I am the human instrument of its will. This is a real person. His superpowers include pyrokinesis, immunity to pain, and cocaine touch. Touching Snowflame was sufficient to give people, anybody who touched him, a contact high.
Sick.
This is a real person.
Love it.
Love it.
Sounds fun. Sounds fun.
His design is awesome. I'll send you guys everybody should look this up because it's goddamn hilarious.
Let me see.
Like the design of this character.
DC fandom. Oh, fandom.
The picture of him is awesome.
Oh yeah. What is the where?
Man loves cocaine.
Snowflame. I want to see where.
Well, dude, they have Cocaine Bear. That movie.
That movie looks awesome.
Yeah. So why not a cocaine superhero at this point?
Dude,
we can have the cocaine verse.
I wanted to know where he came from because I was like, this has to be an 80s villain. It's totally October 1988. Yeah. That's funny as hell. That makes sense in the context.
Yeah, 100%.
All right. Let's see here. Jordan Fugati wrote in and said, "Hey, CDC. How are we feeling about the new tidbits of news surrounding the Resident Evil 4 remake? The removal of QuickTime events doesn't really affect me either way, but the addition of side quests sounds interesting. Like myself, I know you boys are looking forward to this game, so I'm curious to hear your thoughts. Keep doing the Lord's work and being the best video game podcast out there. Thank you." Yeah, I've been light on details on this. I did see a few things about companion missions, I think, too, that are changing. I don't mind them modernizing the game. I mean, by the time this comes out, it'll have been about 18 years since Resident Evil 4 came out, which is really crazy when you think about it, but it is true. And Resident Evil 4 needs some work. I think it's, with the exception of Dead Space, the original Dead Space, which I think is better, I think Resident Evil 4 is the finest survival horror game ever. But if it's true, like we talked about earlier, that Dead Space was reworked and we love it as it is in its new form, then Resident Evil 4 can be tweaked. I don't think it needs to be a pound for pound remake of it. I think it's just got to stay close to it. And you said it earlier too, Chris, is that I feel like it's a different game too. Like Resident Evil 4 has got like a mood to it.
Yeah.
It is scary, but it's more of like a horror film. I feel like Dead Space is just more sci-fi and all of the rest. So I think that they can do a lot with this to kind of explore different things. And side quests, no problem there. They introduced them into Dead Space 1 remake, and there's only 3 of them, I think, and it's no big deal. Yeah. What do you think?
Yeah. I think it's awesome. I think it's a good idea. I think as long as all they have to do really is remain true to the kind of the heart of it, and I think it seems like that's what they're doing. It doesn't seem any less ridiculous. It seems more ridiculous, actually. There's certain aspects of some of the new gameplay that I won't spoil for anybody who hasn't seen it, but like it looks even more over the top than it was initially back in. I hope they keep the campiness. I hope Where'd Everybody Go Bingo is still there. Like it would really crush me if that's not there. But I think the addition of these extra things like side content, I think it's awesome. I think it's great to flesh it out. I've never really liked QuickTime events are like the one thing I don't like about Resident Evil. And to see that they're gone, it's like, okay, good. Like I'm not going to miss those. But yeah, I don't know. I'm looking forward to seeing what new things they can add into this game, because what we've seen already of some of the more one-to-one areas have already been fleshed out in such a way that adds so much to it that I trust them implicitly. After Resident Evil 2 Remake and Resident Evil 3 Remake, which again, a lot of people argue is not very good, although we've argued on this show, and I think rightfully so, that's just because the source material really just isn't quite as amazing as Resident Evil 2 or anything. So with this great source material and modern Capcom, and then the way that they've handled all these remakes, and hell, even the way Motive is handling Dead Space, like I have no reason to doubt that this game's going to be awesome. And so I'm all aboard for whatever changes they want to make. But just keep that camp in there. And it looks like they are.
Dustin, thoughts?
Yeah, I played Resident Evil 4 within the last year. And guess what? It needs a lot of work. It's still really good. And Chris is right. The QuickTime events in the original game are ass. We can leave those behind. It's not a problem at all. And yeah, there's new footage out of the game, I believe from Game Informer, but I'm with Colin now. I'm on media blackout. And, I saw a couple things about how they're changing how Ashley works in the game. And it's fine. It's fine. This is a new version of the game. So I expect it to be modernized and expanded. And what I've seen is enough that I feel good about what's going to happen with this game. Obviously, things could change. But as of right now, I'm pumped and really, really looking forward to it.
Cool. Yeah, me too. I can't wait to play it. March, Resident Evil 4, right? I think so.
Not far.
Chef Boyer G wrote in and said, hey guys, easy question, but difficult to answer. How much money do you think you have spent on video games? This would include your own money and your parents buying games for you. I have no idea how to, I was curious if you guys could even net a guess. Chris, what comes to mind?
All time, all of the games that I've ever been bought or that have ever been bought for me, all the peripherals. I don't know, man. I'm not good at math really. So just the thought of trying to tally up all this, but I wouldn't be, I'll put it this way. I wouldn't be surprised if all of the games that I've ever accrued and all of the games that I've ever been gifted or bought by myself and consoles and subscriptions and all that, I wouldn't be surprised if that's like $20,000. That wouldn't surprise me. I don't know if that's accurate or not. I have no way of knowing. But with consoles being like, $400 to $500 a pop, some certain VR. I remember the Vive was like probably the most expensive thing that I ever got at a time. I think it was like a couple grand at that time when I got the Vive, and just subscriptions over time and $60, $60. That adds up quite a bit. Fucking Microsoft points, all this dumb shit, all these peripherals, Rock Band guitars and controllers, and even the Elite controllers that I got. It's like those are $150 a pop. I wouldn't be surprised if that was an absurd.
I was gonna say, I think your number seems low, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Of 20,000. I think it's
probably
higher than that.
It might be. I really,
for me too,
I have no fucking idea. That's the thing. It's like at a certain point, like I would fucking hate to know is what I would say, how I would answer this question. I would definitely not want to know the exact number.
Yeah,
because I know it's.
I wouldn't either. I mean, I'm old and I've bought a lot of games. I've been given a lot of games. I won't count any of the time in my industry because I mean, if those games counted as money spent, it would be an enormous amount of money. I didn't spend any money for years on games, but I think it's probably got to be in the $20,000 to $30,000 range at least. Maybe even more than that. And I think that that's pretty conservative considering all of the games I'd never paid for during all those years. But I still spent a lot of money on games, and I'm happy to do it. I love the industry. You gotta pay for what you want out of it. Dustin, what do you think?
Yeah, I was kind of tracking the same way that Chris was, and because he initially said 20, and then I was thinking about it. I'm like, it's got to be more than 20,000. Like if you think about it, because you meant like $500 for an Xbox, $500 for a PlayStation 5, and then the generation before that, that's another 1,000, and then PSVR and all the games, right? And it's a hard. It's like you said, it's a hard question to answer, but it has to be. I don't know. You said 20, Chris, but like 50,000, and you think of the course of your entire life.
I can't imagine. Like that seems high to me. Like I can't imagine that I've ever even come close to 50 grand with the amount of stuff that I've bought. Like I've played games for a long time, but I mean, a lot of my games are like, especially in the last couple years, a lot of it's Game Pass. A lot of it is Steam deals and Steam sales where I specifically like, every single Tomb Raider game for $7. Okay. Like things like that. So if I'm guessing purely based on like software and the hardware is like the easiest thing to kind of calculate and get like a feel for. And are we counting like graphics cards as well? Because that's I don't know, man. I would guess 20 to 30,000, like something in there.
Yeah,
which is a fucking lot.
It's an interesting thought exercise. It's like trying to do. It's like Amazon won't tell you how much money you spent. You have to actually go and figure it out yourself if you want. And I did that one year, and it's bad news. It's real bad news. So just letting everyone know out there. let's wrap it up with this. Aiden Gonzalez wrote in and said, hey, CDC, what's going on with Amy Hennig? Seems like everything she's done since Uncharted has either been canceled or has received lackluster reviews. What gives? Her last credits of note are Forspoken for story concept, and before that as writer of Battlefield Hardline. Has Amy Hennig simply lost her touch and have publishers lost faith in her? Thanks as always for the work you guys do. Well, she's not at EA anymore, obviously, as we know. It's hard for me to know what's going on with Amy. Here's what I know about Amy. I knew her personally. She's a very nice woman. She is incredibly hardworking and persnickety and obsessive. I think I've described in the past her office was something I've never really seen in the games industry. It was covered in books. Absolutely covered in books. And she was reading, she was studying, when you think about all the obscure shit being pulled out of left, right, and center, it's not stuff you just stumble upon in your historical studies. You have to go look for this kind of stuff. And so I think with Uncharted 4, when she was removed from that project and Neil and Bruce took over, I think that it was, I think part of it had to do, as I understand, and I don't really know, it was a long time ago, but as I understood it, even at the time, it's like, you're taking too long. This is taking too long, and I think that they had a different kind of cadence, because remember, Uncharted 1, 2, and 3 all came out within 4 years of each other. I don't think people realize that. Uncharted 1, fall 2007, Uncharted 2, fall 2009, Uncharted 3, fall 2011. That is a pace. And those are no slouch games. Games can't even be made that quickly anymore. I have no idea how the fuck they made those games that quickly. And I think that there might have been a different expectation, like a meter had been hit, like a metronome, right? And people expected that beat was going to be continuing. It's like, well, we can't keep going this fast. And that's why I say Uncharted 4, as it came out, is the skeleton of Uncharted 4, as was under Amy Hennig, rearranged in different ways. They already had stages built. Everything was, they had to rework it when she left. So she goes to Visceral and she works on Battlefield Hardline while they're trying to spool up the Star Wars game that ends up getting canceled as well. And so she goes to Skydance after that. And in between that, there's like some freelance period where, she did work on the concept with Todd Stashwick, and I think others worked on it too. Obviously, what's his name? Why can't I remember his name?
Gary
Whitta worked on it too. I don't know if it's like, I don't know if Amy, it's weird to not have, she hasn't released anything since Uncharted 3 of any consequence to her. And it's hard to know if it's like, is it your persnickety nature as a creative director? Are you hard to work with? Like I never got those vibes from her, and I never heard that about her. In fact, a lot of people internally were really upset when she was let go. And so she seemed to be a good leader and well liked. I think she's just kind of fallen, unfortunately, into this like gap where you start writing things and you put your all into it and it goes, and then it's canceled. Well, you can't just like start from that place again. You have to start from scratch and start with a new idea. And who the hell knows like what's going to come of it. But isn't she working on a Marvel project or something like that?
That it's a game that's Captain America and Black Panther in like World War II.
Right. So that's cool. It's a serious sounding game, or more serious. That's up her alley. Her wheelhouse is comedy with adventure, I think. But remember that Amy Hennig is a incredibly dynamic person. She started in this industry as an artist. She wasn't a writer, and she certainly wasn't a director. And remember that she didn't just direct the Uncharted series. She directed Legacy of Kain.
That's crazy.
She directed Soul Reaver and Soul Reaver 2. So it's not like she never did it before. Those games, I know a lot of younger gamers don't know those games, but those are very well regarded late PS1, early PS2 games, that era. And that's where Project Big, which would become Uncharted, she left and to do those. I don't know. I've gone on. Dustin, do you think that there's anything up with Amy Hennig? I really just feel like it's a matter of timing. Like she just can't get her projects out. I'm sure something has to do with her, but I don't know that it's something that you would necessarily want to be mad at a creative director for, which is like care. Oh, you care too much. I think that's good.
Yeah. I think that I don't know, the inner workings of Naughty Dog during that era sound very interesting, as we talked last week about Bruce Straley and how that all went down. And you got to wonder if there's some connective tissue between all that. The answer is probably a little bit of yes to everything. Maybe she is a bit persnickety in how she works and takes too long. Maybe she has been dealt a bit of a bad hand in these different projects as well. But hopefully, I think that the main thing is that there's a redemption arc with this new Captain America game. Maybe this is kind of the big return for her. I think that's what we can hope for overall.
Yeah, well said. Chris, you have anything you want to add?
I mean, I don't know. It's tricky. And to me, I mean, you mentioned that, like, yeah, I mean, you can't just like start from scratch, and like these things take time, and she seems like somebody who cares a lot. And I mean, I don't want to necessarily equate myself with this person who's done a hilarious amount of, who's accomplished a lot. But I mean, I've been in situations where like I've spent a very, very fucking long time like writing and creating something, and then it's been demonetized or it's been like thrown out, and then it's just like, okay, well, that sucks. And for that to happen like a lot over and over again on a scale that's even more than just a YouTube video, but just like these massive projects where you have to go and introduce yourself to new teams and then start from, and then it happens again and then again. I can imagine that being like really grating and probably like psychologically really troubling. Like, I mean, not to make any like, assertions about like, this person that I don't know, but I mean, on a small scale, that fucks me up. So like, I can only imagine spending years working on something, having it thrown away, that having some kind of effect, because people are people, and that's a really massive restructuring of just how you operate as a person. So, I mean, I don't know what's up. It's all speculation at this point, but I mean, I hope that project turns out really, 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 really well, because she's done a lot of cool stuff.
Yeah, sorry, I muted myself. The dog was barking. Yeah, she has done a lot of great things, and I really just remember she leaves Naughty Dog, and then she goes to Visceral, and it must have been pretty deflating to have your studio shut down in the middle of a Star Wars game. We only got a little glimpse of it. I remember it so well because it's the dude walking out of like,
it looks awesome.
Yeah, and he's like leaning against the door or whatever. It's like very Uncharted, and I was like, yes, this is awesome. And imagine how it must have been, how crestfallen you must be to not only have your studio shut down and your game canceled, but then EA just allows these other shit Star Wars games from EA to come out that were certainly nowhere near as good as what that game was probably going to be. And it's just a very confusing situation. It's like, yeah, we'll release Battlefront 2, and we'll get the Squadrons game out, but we're not going to get your story-driven game from Amy Hennig out. I just think that was surprising. I would love to know more about that. I'd love to sit down with her and interview her sometime. She was always nice to me, so I feel like if I reached out to her, she would be responsive. But that's all we have for this episode of Sacred Symbols. In the meantime, it was a good one, about 4 hours long, pretty nice and meaty episode. Chris, do you have any closing comments?
Oh man, I'm gonna probably jump back into Dead Space and finish that up. Start New Game Plus. I'm gonna try real hard to not let the gender neutral bathroom ruin it for me, because it's a really big fucking deal, and like it triggers me a little bit, but like I'm getting through it.
Fucking people are the worst, dude. Guys, not everything is it's the same thing with The Last of Us. It's like not everything is like, I don't know. I don't even know what else to say about them.
It's just annoying.
Yes. Dustin, closing comments.
Yeah, two things. First of all, I totally just realized this time, but when you're listening to this next week on Friday, Hogwarts Legacy will be out, right?
Oh.
Because that's
it's
February
6th, I think. Right? Is it?
I think they're doing the stupid early access thing if you buy the more expensive version.
Right. Oh, yeah, that's right. So, yeah, it's February 10th with the early access, I guess the 6th or the 7th.
Yeah. So that caught up to me. And I got to say, I recently watched some previews on YouTube, and I think I'm feeling excited I like legit the stuff I saw looked really, really good. So very excited about that. The other thing I want to say, Colin, early in the show, this is a message to you, Colin, not to the audience. I mean, they can listen.
Wow. Hit me with
early
it.
in the show, I gave you a hard time about your money duplication glitch and your platinums. The truth is, I have save scummed many a platinum trophies, whether it's Dark Souls 3,
Elden Ring.
Elden Ring.
Yeah. Oh yeah, save scumming is the way it goes, dude.
And so, I have no problem with how you did this. Maybe I just want to get in your head a little bit, just a little bit. Maybe when you're playing Dead Space later tonight, Dustin's going to be
I'll see you in one of the mirrors pop up.
Yeah. And maybe deep down is the thing. I just wanted you to think about me. I don't know. I might be analyzing this too far.
I think you might maybe be, not. But I also think that I don't feel bad about, I don't cheat trophies. Like there are people and they get banned from PSN and they get banned from PSN profiles that cheat. Yeah. There's someone I was looking at it recently. There's someone with like the platinum trophy for a game. And it's like, it's like they have it like 3 years before the game came out or something like that. So like there are people that cheat the fuck out of things and they get banned and all that kind of stuff. I have never manipulated trophies like that. Like that to me, that is the only way to truly cheat. I don't consider glitching a game or save scumming. There are some trophies that I didn't go after because I felt like they made them too easy. An example is Celeste. You can platinum Celeste on easy mode with, when they put like there's like no pits. And I'm like, that's fucking lame. I mean, I'm not even going to bother doing that at all because that's stupid. So I make those kind of one-off decisions. But when the game is basically saying, if you just stand here and you can just manufacture money, and by the way, it's just part of the game. Like I was reading on PSN profiles. It's interesting. People were talking about how are they even going to patch this out? Because it's kind of economic. Like it's the fact of the game. You can just sit here and do this. So I'm like, I don't really know how they would patch it out. Maybe not allowing all those things to be on screen at once or whatever. But I guess what I'm saying is I don't feel like I've done anything wrong, against the spirit of the trophy hunt. Save scumming is like, that's common. That's why Wolfenstein 2's Mein Leben no death run was so hard, because they would delete your save like that. There was just no way around it. But Dead Space didn't do that. Yeah.
Look, you're not sacrificing the integrity of the trophy hunt by doing this.
I don't think so.
I do think you're sacrificing the integrity of the experience of Dead Space, though.
I think I'm sacrificing the experience of life. Just more general.
Fair enough. True for all of us for a long time.
Well, at this point, then whatever. Fine. Life. All right. Yeah. It's now it's cosmic. It's all over.
By the way, we were talking about Hogwarts Legacy. I was looking at the trophies. Very exciting. There's a trophy. They use the trophy tracker, which is awesome, so you can see it online. Collector's edition. Collect all collections. 603 collectibles.
Oh my god.
Complete all side quests. 57 side quests. Spend all talent points. 36 talent points. Unlock all Flu Flames. 83. Complete all Merlin trials. 95. Find all Demigus statues, 33. Defeat all 50 enemies using Petrificus Totalis, 50. Ancient Magic, 34. I'm like, yeah, checkbox game for your boy Colin M. Very excited about Hogwarts Legacy. All right, my friends, that's it. Time to go. Thank you all for your love, kindness, and support on free feeds, podcast services, YouTube, Patreon, patreon.com/laststandmedia, merch, laststandmedia.store, all the ways you show us love. We do appreciate it. We couldn't do it without you. We'll see you next time. Until then, goodbye.
See ya.
Take care, guys.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Colin's Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. It's edited by associate producer Ben Smith. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand's shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you. Let's get into it. What are you smiling about?
Nothing.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if I did
Sometimes, okay, here's the thing now. Maybe this is how we start the show. Sometimes we start the show and I have no expression, and I feel like it makes people think that this isn't, like, I don't want to be here.
Oh.
So if I turn it like 30% extra than I actually feel like I should do, then I feel like I'm a normal.
You gotta be like.
Yeah, exactly.
Kind of like that.
We don't have to start with that, but maybe I'll throw this at the end.
Yeah, throw it at the end. Why
Throw it
not?
at the end. Okay.